persecution, but the scope and the depth of that persecution is nowhere similar in Muslim lands as you would have by comparison in Christian lands. Again, a discussion for a later class than this, but by and large, we did better in Muslim lands than in Christian. I skipped over a slide. I didn't get technical difficulties. Well, there's another picture over here. It's the same kind of idea. Why is this so well? We can point to several factors. One is it tends to have much more similarity with Islam than it does with Christianity. Islam, like Judaism, is a theocratic faith in which there's all kinds of behaviors that are markers creed, meaning what one believes. So in Islam, as long as you're behaving according to certain parameters, there's actually a lot more intellectual freedom. I know it's strange to say that in the 21st century, when Islam has not gone through a reformation like Christianity did, and to a certain degree even Judaism did. So we have like kind of the vocabulary of intellectual discourse. Islam does not necessarily have that in the 21st century by comparison. But, you know, Islam, for example, there's kind of like a degree than Christians would. Christians placed a lot more emphasis on what a person is. They're not so important to Islam. So we had cultural similarities we discussed last week, tended to culturation much more than we did in Christian lands. In Christian lands, especially after the there was an emphasis on insularity, of looking inward, of trying to be different, of trying to maintain our isolation, not necessarily so in Muslim lands. Born, as I mentioned, possibly 1892, but definitely in the late 9th century. He came from a very simple family. His father was not a learned Jew, and in fact, this was brought as a grave criticism against Saadia by his opponents when he was promoted to be the head of the academy, but he was a child prodigy. He wrote his first book at 11 and actually republished it several times afterwards because it was a classic. He was a philologist, he was a poet, he had tremendous facility with the Hebrew language, and by the age of 23, he already had an extensive school of students who were drawn to him as a master teacher. He was also a very hot-tempered individual. We'll see a couple of quick examples of this in his life, and I know Rabbi Trump is going to speak about this as well in text, but he had an ongoing, really bitter fight with the Karaites. Karaism is a movement that emerged about this time in the same region that reject. The Karaites accepted the written Torah, the first five. The other material, the Mishnah and the Talmud in particular, are rejected. Saadia took them on extensively, and we have a lot of back and forth nasty literature published as a result. And ironically, we know a lot about Saadia from the surviving Karaite literature. So, like, they will come up all kinds of arguments against Saadia, and by reading those arguments, we know a lot about what Saadia himself thought, as I put in this point here, right? Like, example, the 7 proofs for the necessity of the Oral Torah. He didn't bother recording that in any of his other works, but in his polemical literature, when he wants to demonstrate reasons why you guys are totally wrong. So we have from the Karaite literature, we can back to what Saadia says. Had a huge kind of turn point debate when he was already left. He left Egypt, and on to the Babylonian region, and there was a hate over the calculation of the new moon. As I'm sure everyone in this room, maybe I'll say it for the benefit of the internet audience, we actually have quite a few people in Latvia and Thailand. The calendar is really complicated because it is luni-solar. It is really lunar, like the Arab, because the lunar year is only 354 days long. That means that it loses 11 days every year. Hence, the Ramadan, for example, the month-long holiday, is in a different season, moved back, to a different season. But the Jewish calendar has a requirement that Passover be celebrated in April, because that's when you can charge the most on matzah. No, that's not why I wrote it. So, no, Passover is called HaChodesh HaAviv, right, or the Chag HaAviv, the holiday of springtime. So, therefore, Passover must fall in the springtime. So, therefore, the Jewish tradition is to add a leap month every so often. We now have a fixed calendar, but back then there was some debate over the fixed calendar, and Sadia disagreed with the calculation of that month with the major scholar and mayor of Yerushalayim. They engaged two major academies. This is essentially the Harvard of Babylon, call it the Touro College of Babylon, one of the greatest yeshivas in the aid of any man, and is not, what does he say here? Let's see what I quoted here. Favorite to anyone, right? He praised him because he was so bold and he would take on anyone. Unfortunately, he would ultimately take on the person who hired him, which is not a good idea. It's the new rabbi in town, right? The new town should not take on the president of the board. Basically, what happened is this: Exilarch, right? The Exilarch term is in Hebrew, in Aramaic, Reish Galuta, the head of the exile. This was a government position, as it were, a state-supported position, which was given to a member of the House of David, right? And the Babylonians recognized that person as the head leader, and exile, of course, like diaspora, and he had the right to appoint the chief rabbis of the. I have to be careful. The president of the synagogue is in the room, and the assistant rabbi's in the room too, so I have to be doubly careful. We'll just rewind that and we won't put it on the internet. But the Exilarch hired Sadia Gaon to be the head of the academy, and they wrote a contract. And included in the contract was a non-disobedience clause, which Sadia agreed to. And then what happened is Sadia was asked to rule on a monetary case that involved the Exilarch, his boss, and Sadia ruled against him. Sadia refused to support his erstwhile boss, which ended his tenure at the yeshiva of Sura, and he was fired. And that was a huge blow for him, and he was forced to endure, I think, with 20 years without a position. And during that period of unemployment, he was incredibly creative, and he produced some phenomenal works which have lived for a millennium as a result. So there's like a hidden bracha in this sudden unemployment. What kind of things did he contribute? We're going to see some of the texts from Rabbi Trump, but just to break it down to the 6 basic areas. Lexicography, he did a huge amount of grammar. He let us understand what's going on with the Hebrew language, which again is an extremely important thing. The language was not codified nearly to the degree we have in the 20th. Explanation of 90 difficult words, also as icebreakers for Babylonian. A rhyming dictionary, the Song of the Letters, that was like a poem about what each of them meant. to say, building on a tremendous great form, a manuscript form that we have. Biblical commentary, of course, the Rabbi Sadiq on the Talmud is fascinating. The polemical literature against the Karaites, we already mentioned. A lot of halakha, and finally, philosophical works, which is perhaps his most best known, included in the, yes, I did. We'll just go through this here. One of his most important of Jewish thought, the Book of Beliefs and Opinions, in which he writes in this kalam mutazilite style of the numbered paragraphs, this is what we believe. This is emistic, what we actually believe as Jews. Of course, the Rambam will disagree with a lot of those points, and we'll have lots more literature to continue with. So that's my very quick overview of the life of Saadia Gaon, and now we're going to have an introduction to his thought from our esteemed Rabbi Trump.
And it is a distinct pleasure to follow that. Let's try to get that other side of the evening, trying to, we always say who they are, because although they've been gone for a very long time, we get a sense of through where they came from, through their backgrounds, and through what they actually say. Hopefully he expressed himself in the words he uses. So we're going to go through 5 domains. We have the texts in front of you on the screen as well. We're not going to read all of them. In some of the respects, his parashat, how he is on the Torah, his polemics as a doctor, his halacha as a halachic leader of the generation, his siddur, and we're going to talk about his philosophy as well, just as examples of what Rav Saadia Gaon did. Now, it happens to be some people add in the Rav Saadia Gaon. It's not really necessary, as Dr. Emerson admitted it, because Gaon itself is the term for the greatest rabbinic post of the time. Right, so it isn't really necessary, but you'll notice in some books today I have Rav Saadia Gaon as well. It's sort of like adding, Hillel and Shammai, sort of adding Rav Hillel to try to say that. But nonetheless, let's jump straight in. So the first thing I'd like to start with is actually in his parasha notes. But I came across, I was going through a lot of the work, and I came through a fascinating story, which I really think he says something about him. This is a story which is actually related by Rav Chaim David Azulai. Right, so Rav Azulai says a very interesting thing. He says a very fascinating story about Rav Saadia Gaon. So here it goes. Ready? So he says, he recounts the following. He says that Rav Saadia Gaon one day was having an tailor, and he said to the tailor, "How many stitches did you stitch today?" And the tailor's response was, he said, and the tailor responded, don't ask me how many stitches I stitched today. How many letters on the Torah? That's your domain. Do you know your domain as much as you expect me to know my domain? And he was very upset because of the first question he wasn't able to answer. First of all, it just says something about either the caliber of questions or the caliber of the person answering. And he was very upset about this. So what happens? What happens was is that he recited the name of Hashem in some way, and an angel came to reveal to him the number of letters. And then he was extremely happy, and in fact he writes them down. So just in case you're wondering, he has a whole list. I just did an example for the kids in Rats. The letter Alpha appears right? And it goes through each letter in how many times it appears. Now, the reason why the story is fascinating is, first of all, you see a number of interesting things. Number one is that he obviously knew a lot of answers to a lot of questions, number one. Number two is that he really cared about it. It wasn't that the questions were just simply his resume or portfolio. So he really actually cared about the material that he was being asked. And to the degree, and also you see this, you need to say everything in his mind, as Dr. Emerson said, everything in his mind was in systems. To a place there was no random information which was fitting into a miscellaneous file. We have in our filing systems, we have all the files, and then we have a miscellaneous file. There was no miscellaneous in his type of thinking, and this is the type of thinking that we see coming out from Rav Saadia Gaon. So let's turn to his Parshat itself. As we do this Ramban, first thing you want to know about a book is where do you go? Read the introduction. It's the instruction manual. He's telling you what he wants to do with it. It happens to be Saadia Gaon had two pirushim on the Torah. One is called the Pirush HaKatzar, the short explanation, and one is the Pirush HaAroch, the longer explanation. Unfortunately, we don't have much of his Pirush HaAroch. It's not extant in its full. We do have much of the Pirush HaKatzar, the shorter explanation. They differ slightly. The audience of the Pirush HaKatzar was actually the Hamonan, not even Jewish people. It was really a standing of the Bible. Part of the reason why that was important, he felt, for the masses, Dr. Emerson said, to have access to the real meaning, and in his mind, there was no gray area. It was black and white. He wanted people to understand exactly what the Torah meant, and he therefore translated it. You'll see a few examples. Here's what he says to his introduction to his explanation, and it really gives us a very fascinating insight into him. Now, it's interesting, as opposed to Ramban, the front of his Pirush is not going to be overlaid on Rashi. Why is that? Yeah, because Rashi is not, but he does say the following. This is really something which is emblematic. The more you read of Rav Saadia Gaon, the more it corroborates itself. Everything is completely self-substantiating. Everything is completely instated. So this idea affects his philosophy and his linguistics and his polemics. Here we go. So so you reader, you're about to engage in reading this Torah, because I'm just helping you read it. You're not reading me, you're reading it. So I'm helping you gain access to it. It is on its own plane. This book, the Sefer Torah, is not similar to any other books, even prophetic books. Even though its language will explain very, very impenetrable ideas, which helps us understand the Torah. Meaning, don't read this book as if this is the be-all and end-all. There must be another system or systems which we can use in congruence with the written Torah itself in order to understand what God really wants. Okay, he says there's another two systems that we need to consider when reading this book and understanding how it affects our lives. System one, this is so fascinating. This is really a remarkable point. It speaks to who he is. System number one is who quoted the Torah, it precedes the Torah. It is logic. Fascinating. We have to believe that God is righteous, but he would never have placed a system of Torah. He would never give us something which is illogical, which is a system. He says it is how the rabbis had the tradition how the system works. So How to perform those commandments. The logic won't help us get there. Of how to do it are not written in the Torah. So he gives examples. The Torah tells us to pray. How many times we pray? So logic's not going to help with that. So how do you know that? I mean, the Torah today has to do something. It's not giving us instructions of how to do it via tradition. So obviously there must be a tradition. Interestingly enough, footnote over here. When you read the introduction to Siddur, he tells you how you know that. He actually records that in the Torah it talks about 18. And he says, of course, that's the format of the 18 brachos. And fascinating is one of his five reasons, because he has 5 paragraphs of reasons why there's 18 brachos in Rosh, and that's one of them. Okay? This is as an example. He says, charity. So what? Charity. How much? From what? What malacha is it not to do on Shabbos? You can't transgress Shabbos or to. So his point is that you have a system which precedes regarding themes of understanding all Torah. Of course, again, embedded over here is, of course, his response to the Karaites. Your system, that is logic in Torah. You don't have the other system, which is tradition. And that's you see over here something which the to balance that Greek philosophy, the logic, pure reason, at the same time tradition, and that's where he stands. Let's take a very quick example of what his Pirush HaKatzar looks like. Here's an example of what the Pirush HaKatzar will look like. It's a very short paragraph just to be found on the bottom of page 2. On the screens over here, he will essentially give a little explanation of it. So that's like example. So this is after the bris Asarim, the covenant that Hashem has with Abraham in Bereshit Perek Zayin. This is God finishes speaking to Abraham and he ascends. So now here is Rav God, Vakila Medaber Itoy, Yisrael or Elokim Me'al Avraham. As the light of God is said. What is Sajagon added to the pasuk over here? What has he helped us with? What is he trying to transmit to us extra? Very simple. So what he said over here is, so we look at what specific word over here is the additional word that he's adding to this pasuk, and that is or light. Why is he saying that the light of God ascended to heaven? Couldn't we understand that God, in whichever or? Because what he's doing is he is now, based on tradition, we know that God, this is what's called an anthropomorphism, where God is being described as doing a human action to ascend. So he is moving away from that ascent, like Oculus will do in a week's time. He is moving away from anthropomorphism in this particular case. So he's inserting tradition into his explanation of the Tanakh. That's an example of one of the systems, the Mofes Hasheni, which he talked about over here. And he's making it very clear. Remember, in Rav Sajagon's terms, everything is black or white. Everything is very clear. There's no gray area. And there's no anthropomorphism. Therefore, it's the Orlok, the light of God, or the cloud of God, or whatever else. God's explanation. So here's an example of his Pirush. Famous tells us in the Torah, one of these more literally, is Ayin Takas Ayin, Shayin Takas Shayin, Yad Takas. The person experiences by losing their body limb through your interaction, what you pay them back. In his Pirush over here, this is a quotation of Rav Sajagon, and he says the following. Let's take a quick look at the following. He says, look, this just doesn't work. It can't be that you're removing the person's eye. Now, why? If you had to finish the sentence, why? What would you say? Why it isn't? Because why? Why is it that we do not practice this? Okay, so once again, so the reason that the Gemara gives to a lot, and the Gemara Rabbi has a whole. What he does not do is he does not quote the Gemara Rabbi. What does he go to? He goes to logic. Okay, coming back to his introduction, he says the following: as was mentioned, let's say you partially blinded another individual. Right, so don't do this at home. We're at close to revision. He says, so how are you going to get the exact precision? How are you going to blind them to a third of their vision? To give it back to them. He says, what happens if you excessively blind the person? Right, but what happens when you talk about burns or beatings, how exactly do you approximate that kind of thing? He says it's an impractical measure to be able to impose. So what cannot be logical? This cannot be as its pshat would indicate logic, right? So he's not going to tradition because the people he's interacting with don't believe in that second system. Let's take it, and he goes further. Then he says the following. He says, Amali ben Zuta Hatzidoki. And he now records the conversation he has with an individual called Ben Zuta. Ben Zuta was a Sadducee, which Sadducee in the times of the Gemara were the people who adhered only to the written text. And in his generation, as Dr. Emerson mentioned, they were the Karaites. And he says, he said, well, there's another passage said that which to indicate if you inflict a wound on another person, you will get it back. Sounds like the Torah itself is very much for mighty. And the Rav Sajid responded, a very linguistic note that he says, another Sadducee, Ben Zutta respond to him, Ben Zutta, the same one, and he goes on for a linguistic argument, and finally he closes it up by saying, later on in Tanakh, you believe in Tanakh, right? Yes, you agree with that? Absolutely, because you're a Karaite. So now, later on in Tanakh, Shimshon was wrong. People did terrible things to him, right? When he married his first wife, and this is before Delilah. He married his first Philistine wife, and they tricked him, and he said, I'm going to do to them as they did to me. He didn't take away their wives, he didn't burn down their houses. What it means to say is, I'm going to exact justice from them. And then the conversation goes on, and the Sadducee says, well, the Karaite says, is it worse to be a poor person? And what happens if the person is poor and you're trying to exact money, you can't get money out of the person? And Rav Sajid says, well, poverty is something which changes, blindness doesn't. And what's fascinating about this entire discussion, which is between Rav Sajid and this particular Karaite, is it's all within the confines of logic, not tradition. Because again, the conversation he's having is with a person who disregards tradition. Therefore, is pure. Where it'll be the Gaon had person of his stature, answer all the letters of all the questions of all the people in his under his view. Those are the main areas, and all letters, all questions. So although his job where he did lots of flocks abroad, and he has an example of one of his books which he has. This is the top is actually, if I'm not mistaken, in Arabic, and the translation is Sifrei Rabbi Yosef Gaon ben Yosef Piyumi. And it is with an additions of Nathan Berg, who is now who's now what is going on in culture today. He has a fascinating question he was asked. This is a short one. He says, Shout, and you asked me, Bar Yisrael the Yahav the Rivsa Lagoy Shari Oy Asor. A Jew who's giving to a non-Jew, can they loan to a non-Jew with interest or not? Or is it Torah Asur? Is it permitted or prohibited? Either or no. Or no. Do you have permission to excommunicate such a Jew? Meaning, not only is it good or bad, but the question's leaning towards it's really tough to excommunicate such a Jew. This question is fascinating on numerous levels. First of all, what language is it asked in? Aramaic. Because he's living in Babylon at this point in time. It is very important to this is the right over here. But more than that, there's Arabic, but it is asked which I would assume is still in some form of usage at this point in time of Arabic. Number two is an interesting thing, is an interesting relationship between the Jews and the Jews. This question is already leaning in the direction of assuming not good, right? Do you have permission to excommunicate such a Jew? This would never be a question asked in England at this point in time. Okay? Actually, in fact, at this point in time, I'm trying to remember when the Jews arrived in England. I'm not sure too later when the Jews were allowed into England. The only way the Jews were able to survive was as moneylenders. That was the only trade that they were allowed, and because the only trade they were allowed, therefore they were all slandered as these money launderers and these wealthy people who are gaining on the others of society. Under Islam, it's a very completely different picture at this point in time, which is a fascinating point to ponder. So here's his answer. He says the following. He says, "Eichin chazina deribis degoy kilo chazina." This is what I would suggest. Said Sadia Gaon. Second, yes, I'm just getting into it in the actual text. It's a little easier to see this one. Here we go. She says, "Deribis degoy kilo veleka lemute derachmona lo aser v'oraisa lemiton deribis degoy." Look, the Torah didn't explicitly outlaw it, so you can't put a person in excommunication status for that. It says don't trust against your brother, and there is an ability you can, if need be, to take usury, to take interest from a non-Jewish loan. By the way, this is not seen in terms of where you put the default. Does that mean to say that we're allowed to take advantage of other people, or we're allowed, or in the Jewish system they've got to take it out? Because that loans have interest. That's how you earn money. Money and time are worth money, are worth something. So the Jews are given a dispensation out. Does not seem that doesn't mean to say that you shall go fire and take advantage of non-Jews. It means to say that the normal system of the world is in place when in relationship to non-Jewish loan. He says, and he goes on to quote a Gemara, and he says, a person who's careful about their matters should not loan to a non-Jew with interest. That's what he suggests. He goes on to say, based on the Gemara, which he quotes about Mitzvah, that the Gemara concludes by saying, "Vatani Rishon Bayocha Omer, Kol sheyesh lo ois." He was not even getting usually so far to a non-Jewish person. This is very fascinating because this is embedded in my. And the question he's answering over here is also the type of task that he's dealing with as well. Is one of the earlier people actually uses a text of the Siddur that we have. It is written in and Hebrew script, because that's what the populace are reading right now. And the translation is on the left. I mean to say the original was on the right, and the translation is on the left. That's the Hebrew. So those of us in the room who the reason why that's important to write practical parts. He says the following. Hashem is above all description. Since we cannot find in our actual scripts the prayer service itself, the actual words we say on a daily basis thrice, he says, therefore, as many aspects of the Torah not written in it, the notion that the Torah is tradition and written, right? This is an example of tradition. Okay? Therefore, it's necessary to have, this is part of the things there, and the tefillos that we do find in the Torah are so entrenched in the particular situation that we can't really extract them just wholesale and use them, skipping two lines, will be shaken, and in both of these things, kolomar, tefillah uva brachos, when it comes to both tefillah and the blessings we say, stomachol al ma shekiblu ha'anashim b'mesara miniviyah Hashem. There were two sets of traditions about tefillah. What were they? Echad lizman ha'menucha ve'echad lizman ha'galus. There were two that we lived as a sovereign nation in the land of Israel, one in the times of Galus. He gives an example actually earlier on in his introduction where he says, for instance, with a bracha which we say Tekaba Shofar Gadol, what we call Kibbutz Galus, that everybody should be brought back to the land of Israel, he indicates that that was only a tefillah which was said, of course, in exile, but it was in fact the prayer which supplanted that at the times of sovereignty that succeeded our wars. Fascinating, right? Two says, so there's a tefillah of brachos shams misadir is my name Luzeh. Therefore, it's important to bring these all together, to congregate them. The Rosh to write them down. Will be fact. Why is it so necessary now? Why out of all centuries do I need to do it now? Mishum ma shekored zman hazeh mishlosh. Too many things are happening as I watch it, says Rothschild. Vow Safar, additions to the prayer, and leaving out sections of prayer. And I'm concerned that there's going to be abrogation of the tefillah, so I'm going to now create the canon of what it's going to look like based on the original tradition. And he goes on to talk about when he moved around and the hashmatot and the omissions which he was seeing in society at this point in time, which therefore catalyzed his need to write the Siddur. And today we can thank Art Scroll, and Koran, and all the other printing companies who are doing such a great job with the Siddur, and can thank 12 years words, just as that. Remember, the Torah tells us that Sukkot, one of the things that the called to lift on Sukkot is pre-Eitz. If you in Arabic, actually means a citron. Okay, so he says, how do we understand this? Is we go to his book, which talks about belief and opinions, which is exceptionally dense and hard to access book. But here's one example of something which has transformed the way we look at philosophy and is in fact still our belief system today. He asks, this is a question actually starts many years, and it's a pasuk in Yechezkel, which is in the 33rd paragraph. It says the following: let's say you have a small village, and you have one person who's in charge of watching the village for attackers at night. And he notices that there is a band of thieves approaching the city. And nobody blew, and he didn't sound the alarm. He didn't press the button, he didn't blow the horn. The people aware of the approaching enemy. And there was a fatality to his not performing his duties. Be killed in his sin. The person who was killed deserved to die. But I will demand. Now that is what we call is a dialectic, which is being at the heart of many nations. Here you have us killed because the watchman never sounded the alarm. So did the watchman kill him? What would have happened if the person had died otherwise, or that person deserving of death? How do you look at God's plan and your involvement in it? What happens if he'd woken up, he'd had a coffee that night, and he blew the horn, and then the person had been saved? So would the person have died otherwise? That's the question which has been plaguing us for centuries. Here's the simple explanation. Rothschild says, again, himself, in this paragraph. He says the following. People ask me, so let's say that they've done something which has now crossed a red line. So in God's books, that person is or they deserve some rasha. So what happens when you have a particularly evil individual comes along and does the job for God, right? They perform a
Welcome.
operation.
What up, Pam?
This particular thing,
How are you, Zegu?
and she kills all these prophets.
Zegu, how are you? Yo, can you hear me? Zegu. Okay, anyway.
So, so who do we attribute it to? We say, look, at the end of the day, the person must deserve death because they died. But at the end of the day, she pulled the trigger, right? So what do? Where do you lay blame? And these are the words of Rabbbi, which essentially have become entrenched in our philosophical underpinnings, which are disputed by some commentaries like the Orach Chaim later on.
Try to hit
This
Jay.
is really mainstream Jewish. And murder is the human department. Somehow in another way. If you weren't supposed to go in the But you don't. The point is, and this is a famous.
How you doing, girl? Do you speak English? You probably speak English. How are you?
So the death was on your hands. Which means to say if you take the crime scene, split it into two, and you see the person pulling the trigger is what the person is responsible for, not the death. That's what Rothschild God is essentially saying. Yeah, and he talks about it in more specific terms. Let's say about windshield and a small crack which every day grows. What happened to me is God's business, and passing out reality therefore actually now separates other individuals from their harm they caused you, and rather it's your relationship with Hashem, which is a completely different way of looking at life. This is an example of what.
And Rothschild, God, the child is with his own home and through the doctor's side. So even though he had stuff in Mitzaka, he never let.
Thanking our fine sponsors, Sharon and Alan Rosenberg, on the occasion of the Shloshim of Sharon's mother, our Taylor Basa. Shalom, Masa Eda, thank you for the support of Kara, and again, thank you very much everyone for coming. Dr. Abrams.
Tonight we're going back in time significantly. We started this series with Rashi because whenever you're learning Torah, of course, you have to start with Rashi. And we're trying to work around some of the major commentators over the first 6 weeks, and then as we move on, we'll explore, God willing, more esoteric commentators as well. But today we're going to look at perhaps the most significant and certainly the most antique of the commentators, and that is a commentary that he's written. He wrote a translation. And as Rabbi Teitelbaum will speak about in contemporary Chumashim, it's a translation into Aramaic, 45, 50 odd minutes. So let's go straight to biography. The first thing I have to tell you, and this is, I have to say a little bit, are two candidates for the title Onkelos. There is a figure who we know popularly as Onkelos, and there's also a figure known as Aquila. The reason why these two figures are confused is because in some of our sources we have references to an individual named Onkelos, and others, also equally respectable sources, we have references to a man named Aquila doing very similar or identical things in their lives. And so there's a debate among scholars, really since the 4th century, as to whether these are two people or the similarity of Onkelos and Aquila. As the stories travel to Babylon, the Latin term Aquila became sort of Babylonianized. That's a real word. I just made it up. they became Babylonianized to Onkelos. But what do we know about them? And as we shall see, there are ways to solve this dispute as well. Both the second-century Roman converts to Judaism from highly influential families, the story surrounding both these figures and such, and they are both, of course, great produced, very important texts for our purposes. The Babylonian Talmud and the Tosefta, which is a collection of documents similar to the Mishnah, has all these biographical details that refers to Onkelos, and the Babylonian Talmud, as I'm sure many of you are aware, has much more primacy in the Jewish canon than Jerusalem Talmud. Generally, it's studied much more actively, and so the term Onkelos tends to have much more currency as a result. But in the Jerusalem Talmud and in Midrashim that can be dated specifically to Israel, the name used there is Aquila. So there's a lot of, who are we talking about? The 4th century church father, and it's church father who was Epiphanius of Salamis. He was very famous for making that. Thank you. I'm glad someone mentioned. I just made that up on the spontaneous humor. But Epiphanius of Salamis was a church that was involved very much in Jewish ecclesiastical history, and he argued that it's the same person. Their names were just pronounced differently and they're confused. It's still a little bit of a question because there are key biographical details that vary, perhaps rather than in or perhaps in detail rather than in type, as we shall see shortly. But let's place them in historical context. We'll follow Epiphanius of Salamis because we all enjoy good deli. Onkelos lived sometime around the turn of the 2nd century, a period of tremendous conflict and upheaval in Israel. Just to recap some of the major events, you have in approximately the year 70, you have a disastrous war with the Romans that ends in the of the temple. You have the remnants of a zealot-inspired revolt that has the fortress of Masada. You have in the year 135, more or less, another upheaval, another Roman Jewish war. Led by Akiva's death and so on. So a really terrible time. We also heard it as actually a Mashiach, the Mashiach Yisrael. Rabbi Akiva himself fell grow from your cheekbones before Bar Kokhba is the Messiah. A very cool statement, which in fact turned out to be the case because Bar Kokhba was defeated by the Romans. We also have another, the Messianic movement surrounding Jesus somewhat earlier in the 1st century. So this is a period of phenomenal upheaval, a huge risk for the complete disappearance of the Jewish people as a whole. Turning to Onkelos himself, he was the nephew of Titus, or Titus, shown here. Of course, he is the general standing over a Jewish soldier who kneel. This coin is from the year 79. He's also associated with the famous Arch of Titus, the Jews and the ultimate subjugation of Israel. And I'm sure you've all seen this very famous bas relief that is actually sort of on the inside corner here that shows purportedly Jewish slaves taking Torah under to the Vatican, where it will be according to the way for everything. I'll take questions at the end. Okay, so this is according to a very high-level person related to the emperor. According to the other version of the story, his Midrash Tanchuma says that his uncle was actually Hadrian himself, that persecuted the Jews so severely in the middle of the 2nd century. But as the story goes, he went to Israel and was so impressed. He was at the wall, and someone went up to him and asked him if he'd like to spend Shabbos, and he ended up getting Makaraved into, or the whole thing, and he ended up becoming a ger. Story that I rather enjoy, that is recorded in the Sefer. I was thinking of maybe reading the whole thing through to you, but basically what happens is it's Titus, or whether it's Hadrian, very upset with him. This is what they call in Latin ashanda, that he should ashanda for the youth, so they send a battalion over there to ends up talking with him, and they're so impressed with everything that he does that in fact they decide to convert to him. They stay there, and so he sends another battalion, and the same thing happens. And the third battalion, whatever you do, don't speak with Onkelos. You can't engage in any conversation, but don't speak with him. As the story goes, it's not exactly the way it appears in the Gemara, but they walk straight into the base. As he's walking out, he touches the mezuzah. One of the Roman soldiers says, "What's that?" And it was all over. I heard that joke. But anyways, here's the kind of story associated with him. There is also an interesting censored account in Gemara Gittin, which is quite fascinating. In the 13th century, not really for our discussion today, but in the 13th century, the church, thanks to the intervention of some Jewish converts to Christianity, the church discovered the Talmud and engaged in quite active study of Talmudic texts, and also engaged in heavy interference with the publication to engage in heavy self-censorship, so that these documents would pass the censors 14th century onward until the 20th century. Thing that of criticism of the biography of Rome in particular, anything associated with Rome, it could be talking about pre-Christian Rome, doesn't matter. The Jewish printers would say it's safer just the whole section out. And one of the sections that they took out dealt with Onkelos' own thought process contemplating conversion to Judaism. According to the version that was removed from Gittin, he had kind of a seance and communed with the dead spirits of Bilam and with Jesus and one other famous figure who I can't recall. And he asked them, what's going to happen if I convert to Judaism? And they all said, that's good, it'll be fine, but the Jews are on the right track. And after communicating with rights to, in fact, become Jewish. Fascinating, and you can see that section from the Bible. Titus, the third one. Thank you, Titus. See, this is a very high, boys, you're paying attention here, this is like a really high-level class. It's scary for me. The Roman Empire, we also have to place the strange people joining these conditions. I just want to take a minute to give you this perhaps have a longer discussion, but scholars have basically identified now, but we'll speak a little bit longer about it in particular. The first period of anti-Semitism is generally known as classical xenophobia. The word xenos in Greek means stranger. Xenophobia means fear of the stranger, fear of the different. And the Jews were clearly a highly distinctive and unique people in the ancient world. And as a result, a lot of hatred was directed to them. We'll unpack that after we go through the next three very quickly. The second period is early Christian anti-Judaism. And this really evolves in the early second, about the turn of the millennium. Essentially a dispute between another of Judaism and Christianity. Christianity is struggling to identify itself as a separate, criticizes somewhat harshly the original faith. As Rosemary Radford Ruther, very important, once said, anti-Semitism is the by which she meant that as the early Christians wanted to promote Christianity, one of the major tools they had was to demote Judaism at the same time. Just like a daughter striving to achieve her own independence has to somehow criticize her mother in order to emerge from the cocoon of the maternal shell. But it's largely ideological. Imagine kind of like debates between rabbis and priests. Those kinds of things go on in this period. The third period is when anti-Semitism kind of goes off the rails, and that's medieval Jew hatred. This is something that begins around the turn of the millennium. It really gets a lot of energy with the 13th century, and this is where certain beliefs that are just completely pathological, the idea that Jews drink Christian blood, that Jews engage in vicarious crucifixions of an imaginary Jesus. Early Christian anti-Judaism. Vocabulary is very much about the female, about representations of ecclesia and synagogue. In the medieval period, those kind of like tags to affix its growth. I'm sorry to use so many medical metaphors when there's so many doctors in the room. But the idea is the virus is able to adapt to, for example, as religion declines with the imagery and all of these ideas of like, deicide killing of God and of, in league with the devil and all kinds of things that people no longer take seriously anymore, anti-Semitism becomes secular and it acquires two distinct characteristics. It becomes very racist in nature, to the body of ideas that it constitute a unique race separate from other races, and our genius, by the way, is a race is supposed to be that we are parasites, that we are able to off other things until we suck away their energy and move on to a new host. And at the same time, with racism, there is the idea of a conspiracy theory, that all Jews are locked together in this conspiracy to enslave Christians. So those are the four basic periods. But if we focus on our task right now, which is classical xenophobia, born at this time, the Jews...
How you live? Pimp? What's good, son? Drew Tolman, how'd you find out? How did you find out about me?
I have my sources.
Okay, very cool. How are you?
Good.
Watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy, my friend.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So different from the Romans. And let's place this in the context of Uncle Horse's conversion. The Romans took off very few days during the year, especially if you were a slave, which was a Roman population. You would have the emperor's birthday, vernal equinox, accused of being slothful, lazy. Can you believe it? One day in 7, we were to handle money. We were refused to engage in commerce. That was just seen as intolerant. We were accused of being impious at the same time in the civic religion of the day. We refused to the idol. What's the big deal? You know? Like, if you can imagine going to a baseball game and there's some guy who refuses to stand for the national anthem. Right? There's a lot of criticism directed at that person because just stand up. What's the big deal, right? So we Jews, we refuse to do these kinds of things that were markers of basic citizenship in the society. We were accusing to associate with non-Jews because we would not eat with them, we would not drink wine with them, we wouldn't eat their food. We have our own kosher food. We wouldn't drink wine with them because the laws on touching wine that's not completely ruined by boiling. That was a joke too. I thought it was funny. What was the last thing I was going to say about it? We were accused of being misanthropic, of hating humanity, primarily through circumcision, which was considered such an offense to the Romans, especially because of the Greek love of the human form. Human. So imagine this is the kind of importance. Two details about Yiddishkeit, which are kind of interesting. He was known as scrupulosity. This is like your scrupulosity is actually a psychologist treat
Fair.
details, wash the hands, mental, like exactly mamish right, which represents in a positive light, and as a result, it can actually push people further over the edge. So, in many ways, he was noted for eating all of his food al taharas kodesh, meaning he would eat it with the same stringencies as if he were a Kohen serving in the temple. Meaning he would not allow any food that could be considered a regular Jew. He refused to touch any of it. He would only eat it as if he were a Kohen, even though he was not. He himself, of course, was a convert. And secondly, he had a dispute with Rabban Gamliel, who wanted to go to the mikveh in Ashkelon, which is a territory that was traditionally associated with the Philistines and not necessarily part of Israel proper. Onkelos felt that a mikveh on non-Israeli land was, because it was not by traditional biblical definition part of the land of Israel. Even though there was a mikveh there, it would not purify, and he preferred to go there. You can use this mikveh once you use the ocean. I don't know if you ever met converts like that. They tend to be more religious than the rabbis, but no phenomenon. So, as an individual, you see definitely very contrarian, definitely very principled, but he dedicated people, and as a result, he has left a phenomenal legacy in his translation of the Chumash. And at this point, I want to thank you very much for your attention. I'm going to phone over to Rabbi Teitelbaum.
Thank you, Dr. Brimson. Good evening again, everyone. We're going to begin with a question. Who wants, with God's help, to live a long life? Good, good. Almost at 100%. Those with whom we're not, we'll discuss it later. So everybody would like to have a Richas Yamim B'Shanim. And this idea of a Targum found the promise to just that. We are introduced to the idea of reviewing the Targum. Now, it doesn't say which Targum, but we'll see in a moment. The Gemara will tell us which Targum it is. We should be complete in reading all of the parts, by week with the Sidur, the parts of the week Shnayim, we call the Echad Targum. Which may not necessarily have a specific Targum attached to them. Shakol, Hamash, L'Tashiyot, Zavim HaTzibur, Lo Yamav Ushnosaf. Part of Talmud Torah to such an extent that it's included in the promise of when I give you make him, you make the maker. It's part of that promise that HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, and that we believe in. We daven, we say, that's what we will fill our days with, and then they will be long days, blessed years. Now, we have to understand that the idea of doing this, Shnayim Mikra Targum, needs to be understood on two levels. Why the number 3? And why the Targum specifically? Can we with any translation or of Prague, Setorah, Nitna Bahar Sinai, V'nishnaitz Ba'al Noai, Shnayim Mikra Targum. The implication of this already is, even then, Targum has origins that go back to the generation that was the Yotzei Mitzrayim, those who came into Eretz Yisrael. What it is that we mean when we say, so the Gemara in Masechet Megillah says, Amar Rabbi Yirmiyah, V'Yisen Rabbi Kiya Bar Abba, Targum Shel Torah Unkos Hager Amro Mipi Rabbi Eliezer Rabbi Yeshua. So we have the dating of the Targum, and we Onkelos as the authoritative Targum. Of course, we know that Rabbi Yeshua and Rabbi Eliezer and Hippolytus were, of course, in the journey after Churban by his Sheni. Now, the Gemara goes on to discuss, well, we have rayas, we have proofs that this thing that could have been taught by Rabbi Yeshua and Rabbi Eliezer, end of the 1st century, in origin. But Shakho, it was for the Chazru, the Yisudu, were forgotten, and then Onkelos Hager, once it brought back now, the ancient understanding, translation, interpretation that had been with us, that was extant in the time of Hoil Moshe Be'eretz HaTorah. The question is, how did some of us can't remember what we ate for breakfast, what we ourselves ate for breakfast. How does Onkelos Hager come back with what was the original Targum in Aramaic of some 1400 plus years, 1500 years ago? Ruach HaKodesh. And that indeed is an interesting answer. Times after Churban Bayis Sheni, in the days of the Tanoim, well, there's an interesting Zohar, where the Zohar dates to Hillel and Shammai. It's an obscure Zohar that says, they should rest in peace. Hillel and Shammai, the Haki Amru Lahudris, they basically refuse to that with Hillel. So we know that there were these famous the stories when Caleb coming to Hillel was Onkelos. That places Onkelos much earlier, turn of the 1st century. Well, with the Kodesh, holy and flame, was amongst us in the spirit of Kedusha, obtained amongst the Jewish people. Beis Hamikdash was still Kaya. About what exactly is Targum meant to be. So it's Onkelos' Targum. That's what we have to read twice the text. What is it? Is it a translation? Is it an explanation? Is it both? And what do we do practically if we Arabic, if we don't understand Arabic? Halakha Beis in Lamad HaParsha B'Perish Rashi Chashuv Kimel Targum. Shemayim codified by the Beis Yosef, a decisive of Jewish law, laid down a fantastic idea and said, you can't understand Targum that was Rush understood how to be far in translation. It has in it so much more depth and has a wealth of information. To us, quoting again from the tour, because of if you use any other language, which would be the most true thing to do, English translation. Not able to do Shikra Targum by reading the Chumash, and then I didn't say that. I mean, you can't. Obviously, there's a Ruach HaKodesh aspect. You can't replace something which has all of the holy explanation, like a Rashi, bringing of Medrash, reading the Gemara, all of the holy tradition of what the pasuk means, and what's understanding the message of the pasuk. And second of all, looking at it as simple translation, one is Ruach HaKodesh, nothing can replace that. Nothing can replace that. We've begun to discuss this challenge of the Aramaic. And it's important to note that early Rishonim conceded that we have a problem with Aramis. They discussed how clearly there were, as we read in the Gemara, every Shabbos, the laning was a pasuk, and then a targum, a pasuk and a targum. The cholent
almost as hot.
Every pasuk translated by the Maturgan. What happened to that? What a fantastic idea. Don't tell me that instead the rabbi gives a speech, because we would much rather hear from Onkelos than from the rabbi. It's the Dira, Shehem, me the pasuk. Kodesh. And replace even the Rashi, but it would have to be with Ferusha HaTorah, correct? Now, we'll move on. We're a while. Struggle through the Aramaic. Commentary on Targum so that we can really ears, if you will, of the Malachim, if you will, in the eyes of the Malachim, and of the famous Targum, the Rambam in Moravuka, that the universe takes up a small physical space with truth that is a Torah. This, in reality, is something which a ger, a proselyte, would want to teach it. So there's a protective measure that the Targum takes anytime there's something that is implying motion, movement, action of a physical kind by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Targum says, no, let's not translate, let's explain. And you will see in two simple explanations, examples from this past week's Parsha, where revelation takes place before all of the Jewish people at Sinai. And the Pasuk says, I'm going to come to you, another in the thick cloud. And Targum says, I will manifest or be revealed. I will be experienced prophetically. My presence will be known. But it doesn't say I'm coming, because that kind of a movement, that's a human anthropomorphism that the Uncos would not even abide in his translation. So it's not a translation. It's a very important kind of explanation, and one pointedly aimed at precluding us from making any kind of mistake about that which we saw. Or to talk to, there are gods you can see, the pantheon of gods, gods you can bow to, gods you can embrace and kiss. No. That's not the truth. That's not the reality. And he's trying to show that again and again. There's another example in the very next page. The day of Mount Torah, the Israel God will come down from the top of the mountain. There is no coming down. There is going to be revelation. There's going to be the vision that we will all have. Very in Shalos and Shuvas and other Svarim, where people derive from Onkelos' Jewish world so greatly. Sam Sofer writes in a Shuva where he's discussing the latter part of Milah, after the foreskin has been removed, small thin membranes that also has to be pulled back. He says, well, if that wasn't done, would you make the Milah hasn't been completed? So you cut off the foreskin, but you haven't done that prior. And he's discussing this technical issue, and he brings a proof from the Targum on the Pasuk, Mol Hashem es Levavcha ve'es Levav Zarecha. Ya'adei, I will remove, not cut. Ya'adei tipshus libcha. Removal, he says, is a bona fide understanding of what Milah means. So Milah, Mol Hashem es Levavcha, doesn't have to mean gzar, cutting. It means revealing that which is otherwise enclosed or hidden. And therefore, Priya, while the cutting has been done, but that revealing of what yet is going to be done, you would make a bracha on that. And he's bringing proof technicalists. Now, it's fascinating that his Rabbbi, Rav Nosson Adler, similarly once said something fascinating about the Aseres HaDibros. Everybody knows that in the Aseres HaDibros, Lo Tignov means kidnapping. Yet the Torah doesn't say specifically kidnapping. We have a Rashi in Parshas Mishpatim that implies that it includes all kinds of theft. And it would be nice to see in the Ten Commandments saying not only kidnapping, thievery of any kind. It's so forbidden, and the Siv of the Klausenberger Rebbe, he quotes the Sefer Nesina Lager, fascinating name. Nesina to the Ger, Nosson Adler. That was his name. The great scholar Nosson Adler wrote this Targum to Targum. He wrote a commentary, and he calls it Nesina Lager. And the Klausenberger Rebbe quotes him as saying that, look, when it comes to Lo Sirtzach, it says Lo Tikton Nefash. But when it comes to Lo Tignov, it just says Lo Tignuv. And that implies that according to Onkelos, Efshe de Be'emet Unkelis the koi gama gnevas mama. Sama. Without nefash, without saying a person. He doesn't say homicide, he adds nefash, the murder of a person. So we are being medayik in Unkelis, where he did not add a word, and we're saying, therefore, to say to us, Lotigno is not just, is also included in the Asar Sedibur. So we see that the tremendous amount of study that great scholars engage in when looking at the texts of Unkelis give rise to halachic implications to this very day, and have done so really through the ages. Let's conclude of where his translation / compilation of commentary explanation have really enriched Jewish life, where his meaning to the words have such great ethical and moral implications. We'll have them in order as they appear in the Torah. This is probably the most famous of them all, where in the creation of man, the Torah says, "Vayhi ha'adam nefesh chaya." And man was this living being, but no, that which the Unkelis says so much more important and so much more broad, and gives us such insight into the greatness and potential within man. Speaks through the spirit in man, obviously explanations and interpretations of Torah. We'll look at another one that comes from this week's Parashah, Parashas Mishpatim. The animal, the burden, and the animal is an enemy of yours. You would refuse to help just because you've got kind of a disagreement with him. Also, make sure that the person and the first animal can be reloaded and safe on their way. Says the Targum something fantastic. You know, in modern Hebrew, if you have some kind of a complaint and you keep airing the complaint and you're complaining, but somebody wants to tell you stop, what will they tell you? Leave it alone. That means stop. But to leave it alone means let it go. For that. You see, because Azov, according to Targum, this passage means Mitzvah Tishbach, leave alone, not Alohi. Let go of what you have in your heart. Let go of all of that old contentious and negative you have in your heart, whatever it is that you harbor against your fellow Jew, let it go. And help him. So that we have a completely novel interpretation of the pasuk, but one that addresses the fact that you really don't like this guy, and you really don't want to help him. And when the Torah repetitively says Azov, Targum says, because it doesn't just mean to help, it means Azov, release all of the negative feelings you may have, the resentment that you have. Azov, go help him. And finally, something that really helps us all of us work hard, all of us trying to earn a living, all of us know we can't take credit for our successes. Because Baruch Hu tells us very pointedly, we have to remember, it's not Kochi v'otzim yadi It's not because I'm so smart, not because I got my great degree, not because I've amassed my fortune or that I'm successful. No, we have to remember, He is the one who gives you the ability, the energy to succeed, to valiantly succeed. Now, you might not be able to read readily into this and say, well, how about somebody who's in business and applies his great mind and his business acumen and manages therefore to succeed or practices his or her profession with proficiency, and here in Pasuk does where does it say that it's ability to use my mind well and says the Targum, this is Sinaitic in origin. The Ruach HaKodesh in the 1st century or 2nd century says Unkelis, Arelu, Yahevulach Eitzah Memikne Nichsin. The Eitzah, meaning the ideas, the thoughts that allow you to move on to acquire what you need in life. Memikne Nichsin means to buy what you need, to acquire what you need, to succeed in your business, in your profession. You know what that comes from? The Eitzah. From the higher intellect that's granted the Chachma Bina Das, the Day of Bina commentary, broad interpretation of Torah that's presented to us through Targum gives us an understanding of how great and thank you. It's a great honor to be here for the penultimate installment of the letter Flying Free. Oh my gosh, the Rebbitzin is here. Did I see the Rebbitzin over there? I just scanned it. Oh, now I'm in trouble. Yeah. She is going to tell her father about this. I'm really nervous now. We'll start all over again. Okay. We're in the penultimate meeting of the letters Flying Free. I sent out an email, if you're on my constant contact list, to get a survey of what people series and the series we did in Brooklyn to get a sense of how we can improve this. God willing, we're moving forward with this. There seems to be a certain groundswell of enthusiasm for these subjects. But we want to do it wisely and in a way that meets you an audience, both live and on the internet. Rabbi Teitelbaum has prepared an absolutely fantastic shir for the second half of this hour. So I'm going to speak really quickly to give him maximum time because he's really going to take us deep into the ideas of the Ibn Ezra in text. I think it's going to be quite fascinating. I'm actually recycling a class that I gave about 2 years ago, which was sponsored by the Hermes, which I believe they're members of the shul, so it's ironic that we get to reuse their original sponsorship when I was in Bal Harbor. Our topic for today is the incomparable Abraham Ibn Ezra, who was a phenomenal individual, complex life, a life of great sadness and tribulation, and a life of genius and exceptional achievement in Torah scholarship in particular. I think one of the most fascinating things that I take away from his life is the fact that Ibn Ezra that we primarily know as Jews, and we are the people who study him most of all the various fields of inquiry that he inspired, from poetry to astronomy to mathematics to linguistics. He really only began here as a Torah scholar, as a publishing poet, when he was about
my age, when he was in his 50s, and he was exiled from quite late in life, and it was only then that he really explored his genius. As we discussed a few weeks ago, we were looking at, he had to get fired from his job as the Gaon of Surah in order to start writing, and ultimately it was his writing that made the greatest contribution in life. I'm reminded
There she is.
a role model in my own life, Rabbi Dr. Landers only started college when he was 54 years old, and it's become such a massive enterprise that's affected the lives of so many tens of thousands of people. There are these people midstream when other people are kind of looking for the boca or something like that. They're thinking about what else can I achieve. And Ibn Ezra is such a person. He lived a life of tremendous penury and with some eloquence. So share with you, for example, one poem that he wrote. I forgot the name of the translator, and the other, I'll write it when I translate, but he writes a poem called My Stars. On the day I was born, the unalterable stars altered. If I decide to it will get dark,
Anything that I don't know about it.
some stars, whatever I do, I'm a failure before I begin. If I start to set shrouds, people would suddenly stop dying. So he definitely had a very kind of pessimistic, dark view of the universe that seems to pervade much of his writings, although not universally. We'll see. Now, what is he doing for a living? He was a Luftmensch, a man who lived on air. And this is a term that really is better applied to 19th century Eastern Europe. And it refers to people who compose, what they would call boast poetry, compose, these poems that celebrated their business. Curse tree that was used as an implication against people you didn't like, and this was like a business. This was culture to repeat poetry. We happen to live, it's sad, in America in the early 21st century. We live in a very as my son was not here. I really have to give it to him. He and I spent some time studying The Second Coming by Yeats, and it was fascinating to actually walk a young mind through the meaning of that poem. We are bereft of these things. I'm sorry for going on like that. And he was essentially going from wealthy person to wealthy person to try and make a sale every now and then. His poems in which he describes what it's like. This is called The Patron, which is referring, of course, to his supporters. When I come to the patron's house early in the morning, they say, he has already ridden away. When I come in the evening, they say, he's already gone to sleep. He either climbs to his bed, woe to the poor man, woe to... So we get the sense that from most early adulthood and his middle age, he was a person who just managed to live on the sidelines. That personality, really, to be a community rabbi, he was kind of irascible and difficult and sometimes a little bit pugilistic. These are not characteristics that we in general, we want them to Yehuda Halevi, but his moved out to the Middle and converted to Islam, which was a huge shock for him. The dates and the documents that support this are still, we know, was the expansion of the Almohad. So very, very extreme form of Islam that chose to move away from using Christians as people of the book towards a more and demanding Islam that would not brook the presence of non-believers in their midst. Maimonides, of course, would also flee the Al, make his way across the coast of North Africa to Egypt. The Ibn Ezra would actually quite a tour of the Mediterranean basin, all of the coast of North Africa, into the Italian peninsula, and well into continental Europe. During this time, it became clear, this is his period of wandering and also his period of greatest creativity. He found that he could no longer make a living as a Judeo-Arabic poet in Christian Europe. Surprising, right? Because they're not speaking Arabic. Christian Europe does not have the same respect and admiration for poetry that the Muslims did, and so he had to switch careers. He could not be much of a teacher. He didn't have that kind of patience in his personality, so he took to scholarship. And he actually had to sell his original manuscript. That's why we actually have multiple copies of many of his works, because he would sell it, the original. He had no more money. Came into own as a Hebrew scholar. As he wrote his great scholar ideas that were definitely contrarian to the Orthodox point of view. In fact, the Ibn Ezra's point of view is he has a big problem with Midrash. Halakha, and was on the polemics with anyone who would impugn, argue that the oral Torah was proved to be extremely useful to Ramban later when he had to dispute the in-depth text text that we will be studying shortly, and him as essentially a poet who had to treatises which he would later sell, often right down to the original copies. But nevertheless, he gained quite a bit of wide circulation into the Christian world. Browning wrote a poem which cites a Rabbi Ezra, referring to Ibn Ezra. Biblical commentator, and in fact, even great nevertheless recognized by scholars of that field, a crater on the moon. Next time you look at the moon, just pay attention to this little red spot here. You can notice it if you look very carefully. You'll see there's a red circle around it. And this is called and I'm going to turn over at this point to
see, just from his opening remarks, how proud he is of the work. So he is in language. He says here, we'll see that this is really the right way. Those who support this kind of work, he always incorrect. Describing the paths that he will eschew. That he says these are not the ways of proper pay Medrash. He says that it is very long and long-winded to arrive at is that bullseye, that point at the very center. Then going to expansive, long, lengthy dissertations on Torah, Israeli, and some of what he wrote, style. He gives an example of Perish Jehima Oros, Sichnis Deos, Acheros, Ladas, Amidos, Aniskoros. Celestial bodies, things that are not explanation of the pasuk itself.
That was big day.
From Bereshit, Perik Beis, pasuk Yud Aleph, where the Torah describes the great rivers. Shema Echad Pishon Hi Asovedas Koleretz Achavila. So Rabbeinu Sadigon identifies this river as the Nile, and the Nile. We will not things that he dreamt up, but he does defend what is in the Bible. The fact is that Ibn Ezra, importantly, is the first great Spanish commentator on Torah, where there had been none in Hebrew. What had preceded his work all had been in Arabic in that part of the world. Another example, scientific ability to mix astronomy, astrology, and Torah. It's long-winded, though. He was allowed, I guess. He permitted himself that. And that is that in Parshas Yisro, he actually shows how each of the Aseres HaDibros connects to a specific constellation. And as you get closer and closer to the more basic and human and finally Losach, the lowest constellation, and he explains this all very beautifully. But of course, it's a philosophical approach, and it's more of the long-winded approach than the literalist approach. Then again, he wrote a Be'er HaKotzer. He had a shortened version originally, and only wrote the more expanded version of his parish. The one we have is on Shmos. Most of the rest of it has been lost. Now, the next path that he says we the second of the four paths that he negates deny that there is a Torah Shabbat path. He calls it Derech Psal Talim. Haderech HaShiniyah, the second path. Krua Psal Talim, those crooked people. Imhem Yisraelim, if Jews take that path, if they think they're getting low yodu esmakoma, they don't even know where to look. And then he talks about Anon, the founder of the Karaites, Binyamin ben Mashiach, Yeshua. They don't believe in the works of the great Chachamim. They don't believe in Torah Shabbat path. So therefore they end up erring to left, to the right. Like about how to understand the process. Important it is to have a good grounding in rejects those who would say that no, we have to just study Torah. You here see that he was an absolutely believing Jew in every way. Torah shebachsav, Torah shebal peh. Some of the examples in which he says something almost critically, really, it's more than jocular. He is actually ribbing the Karaite. The pasuk says in Bereshis Chavtes, "Ve'enei Leah rak." She was tearing up constantly because the Medrash says she was destined, she thought, to be married to Esav. So here he quotes Ben Ephraim. Ben Ephraim is a character. Ben Ephraim Omar Shehuchos or Aleph. Rakos is missing an Aleph. It should be Aruchos, Tamo, Aruchos. She had long, narrow eyes, and that was the problem. And Ibn Ezra says he's wrong. V'hu Hayachos or Aleph. It is he, Ephraim, who's missing the Aleph. Leave B'ti Pazon, they should be dressed and ready to leave Eretz Mitzrayim, because it's Mitzrayim. When that comes, let them go, let them leave. And finally, another example, where in Parshas Mishpatim, you have the famous psukim of Kiyigov as Shorei Ehu, and ox goring another ox. The ox of one Jew gores the ox of a second Jew, and he says interpreted this to mean that the ox gores its fellow ox, when actually correctly it means that the ox of one Jew gored the ox of a fellow Jew. So he says, Ben Zuta ki re'ehu to'al l'shor. V'loi ra, as kishor ish samachus, the shor of a man, and so to shor ehu, the ox of his fellow man, ve'elu shor rea ben vado. You know, oxen have no good friends except for Ben Zuta. He's okay. So we have another path, a path of mysticism and a path of, let us call it obscurity, where that kind of Torah is hidden and meant to be hidden. And most of Torah, therefore, is allegory. And he says, no, that's not our job. HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us the Torah. God gave us the Torah to understand, to live by. And we can only live by it if we first understand. In this Derech Choshech V'Afela, he said it's entirely mechukal. Entirely, let alone you're not getting to the bullseye. Outside the circle entirely, he says, they think it's all, some kind of a riddle and some kind of a parable or allegory. I'm not even going to go into much length as to rebut any of what they claim, but what he does say, importantly, is there is one thing that they are right about. Every mitzvah, every priest, we have to apply it with God's wisdom implanted in us that we are to study the Torah. Fascinating concept. We're able to come to the truth of Torah because we are Hashem's stand. That God-given gift. Let's use it. let's study. Let's mine the treasures that are contained within the Torah. And if we come upon psukim that we can't understand, he says, then maybe we have to say, well, it's mystical. If we can't logically understand it, then we have to reject that which is illogical or that which is implausible. And then there are some obviously famous cases in which Ibn Ezra says that we have to make sure to read the Torah literally, understand what happened, for instance, at the Akedah, and not necessarily accept every opinion midrashically offered. And we'll get into why and how we can look away from some I readily accept it if that is a tradition. Romi Shatia, Sitka Galuya. Then the whole celebration of the courage and the devotion of Avraham Avinu should be taken. It should be shown. One would say, maybe he was 5 years old, because it says in the Torah, that's a way to prepare for your bar mitzvah, to go to the Akedah. But he was young enough and innocent enough to therefore follow, strong enough to carry the wood, but not old enough to be given all of the credit for that kind of self-sacrifice. Another example, famously, Hatzei Shitin, the great wood, used the crushing of the Mishkan. Yaakov Avinu planted them to tell us, and told us, when you leave Mitzrayim, you'll need these for the construction of the Mishkan. Take them with you. And Ibn Ezra asks, but how could the Mitzrayim let them go, ostensibly to worship their God for 3 years? As an example says, it just doesn't really make sense. He says perhaps there was near Har Sinai where when they cut these trees, and that's how had the crushing, the great wood beams that comprise the walls of the Mishkan. The fourth path that we should reject is the path of homiletics, of drash. And he says, with a very organized pattern in it all, he says, it's close. Everybody runs after Medrash. We all enjoy it, we all want to study it. He says, from Greece and Rome, it's been a tradition that they don't use their heads, they don't think and weigh the relative value and meaning of the truth. You have these midrashim in Sifrei HaKadmonim. Why repeat it? If you have it in Medrash, write a commentary on the Torah. Don't just repeat what the Medrash says. That's number one. Drash, hefech drash. He says, dictating midrashim. If you're going to use Medrash to arrive at the truth, well, what's the truth? And one medrash says one thing, and another medrash says another. And finally he says, and so much of it is so hard to understand. It's mystical anyway. He uses an example, the famous the case, the drash, Torah Kadma, Alpayim Shana. There's no physical matter. If no physical matter, so then there's no time-space relationship. How can there be time? How can you say 2,000 years if there was no universe, if there's no physical world? He asks. That's just one example. He goes on to give a number of examples. And of course, this was something that, let's say, it stirred up the ire of some of the commentators. Here you have a Tiferes Yisrael of the Maharal, where he quotes how Ibn Ezra criticized the famous drash about why the Torah begins with a base, Bereshis, because base is the letter of bracha. Bitlu hatochanos, kaveles. Validom means that nations of the world, people don't know, don't understand Yidom. He says, the one who didn't know was Ibn Ezra. Validom divrei chachamim hanemonim, because ki divreihem heim emes b'chachma. Who lo haven? He did not understand divrei chachamim. So there's by being so adamant about not following drash, not getting involved in it, not basing our religious life, and not getting so involved with it, not just in commentary, but in philosophically guiding our lives based on so much drash. Ibn Ezra, was not the one to really have to build and construct our culture, our religion. Pru-revu, we take it that the Torah says that it is a mitzvah. By the way, he did not say that we are bound to believe that there are exactly 613 mitzvahs. He says that pru-revu, pretty review of the brachahi, kamo b'briyas hamayim, rak hi mitzvah etikuha kadmo neinu zichronim levracha. Rather, it is written as a mitzvah for rabbis. V'sasik zecher ladava. This is a typical Ibn Ezra, in that he says, look, the literal interpretation, we have a commandment, be fruitful and multiply, have children, but it is a mitzvah. If rabbis in the Talmud say it's a mitzvah, then it's a mitzvah. But they have that by tradition. It's not because the Torah literally said so. Another example, the rehabilitation of Nimrod. What kind of a person was Nimrod? Oh, he was a very, very negative person. He used his powers to threaten mankind, not just Avram Avinu, but, it was Rothschild. He is Nimrod, and he was Hechalios Gibor Ba'aretz. As Rashi says, he was doing whatever he could with obviously against the will of God. Well, according to Ibn Ezra, Hechel Laharos Gvuros B'nei Adam Alachayos Kihoyaki. He was a tremendous hunter against God. It doesn't mean that he would, you say, I'm powerful, I wish to interpret it. He says, Shoyabona Mizbechos Umala Osam Hachayos Olo Hashem. Nimrod captured animals and brought them on the Mizbeach. He offered them up to God. V'zeh derech hapshat. That's the truth of what the Torah. That's a different path altogether. So that's a bit startling. Most of us are familiar with these interpretations as taught to us by Rashi. There's a very important mention of Rashi in Ibn Ezra's Safa Beruta, which is really a grammatical work, where he says, Ein mikra yotze midei pshuto v'hadrash hu tosefes tam. It is just an added flavor, an added sense of what the Torah might. Drash. He, Rashi, comments on all of the Torah, and he thinks, he thinks, really, Pshat in Rashi, it's all Drash. What it does say is the right path, through grammarian, and literal. Aderech HaChamishis, Musad Perushi, Aleha Ashis. I'm basing and founding my commentary, V'hiha Yeshara B'einai. It's what I think is proper. Nochach Pnei Hashem, Asher Mimenu Levado Ira. I only fear God. V'lo es eponim bat v'achapes heitev diktubo mila. I will look for the meaning, the true meaning of the word in the Torah. I will then explain it as best I can. He says, wherever you can find the word for the first time in Tanakh, that's its anchor. That's its basis. You shall extrapolate from there what it means and how it's applied elsewhere. So here we see in these first few lines how much he wants to study literalism, studying the language, appreciating Hebrew diktuk. He says, as far as, where you have a word that's mole, a word that's chaser, it's with above, it's without above. He says, Rak Ritinokos Ta'amehem Tovim. That's the Torah that you may want to teach. But as adults, really, we have to know the truth of Torah. We have to study it very carefully and with a great deal of emphasis on what he would say is literal understanding. Let's see where his literalism sometimes, however, led him. Goat's meat and milk. It says it 3 times in the Torah. Rashi is a young animal, be it a goat or otherwise. It says Ibn Ezra, no, a gedi is a goat, period. Rabbi Shlomo Amar, ki a gedi hu hakatan rach. But Ibn Ezra says, no. Gedi gadol nigdiizim, that's why sometimes it's called gedi, sometimes it's called gediizim, not that. He explains, therefore, that the Torah actually never talks about meat and milk if it's not goat meat. But Chachamim Kiblu, there's a tradition from the time Torah was given. Torah Shabbat Peh, Shelo Yochal Yisrael B'Shabbat. But it's not something found verbatim and says something that halachically is difficult to answer. It's basically unfounded, where he says that chelef, the parts of the fat of an animal that's otherwise kosher, that there are cuts of chelef that we are not allowed to eat. He says that's only if it's a korban. If that animal is a korban, then the chelef is not allowed to be eaten. And here we have a real difficulty. We know that Chachamenu said chelef is prohibited, period. But he says, here are his words, Haraya, the proof is, Raya Gemura, Shalom B'Sefer, it is this kind of commentary that the guideline. Again, astronomy, physics, science, bolas, chitzoni yusa. Tris, bekama makomos, kenega divrei, chachmei Torah v'Talmud. Therefore, there are things that are midoraisa, which Ibn Ezra mistakenly says are rabbinic. So yes, tremendous problems with Ibn Ezra. He was not alone, he was very vociferous. This is in his introduction to his Yam Shel Shlomo on Maseches Kulin. A final example of this literalism, and one that's a bit shocking.
Can you hear me? Yo, Doug, I wanted to fucking talk to you anyway.
Literally slept with Bilhah, one of his father's wives. And it has been heinous a crime as that, but it was that he had moved the bed out from where he had gone to Bilhah, Rachel's Pilegesh. He wanted jealously Reuven that his be the preferred beloved wife of Yaakov. In his commentary, Ibn Ezra says as follows. They commented and they did a beautiful job on explaining or in explaining what it is that happened. The Chosa clone, or from Michelin, one who is clever, meaning that what happened actually was our covering that shame. In his Yesod Mora, where in his philosophical work, Yesod Mora, which is a very important work and deserves shiurim unto itself, here, when describing the greatness of Yaakov Avinu, he says, he left his flocks, his boat did lavod Hashem. He became the holiest that Yaakov ever became upon his return to Eretz Yisrael. He no longer had any more children. One of his wives, Kirachel Mesa, V'chulala, this is the thing that's both irrelevant and it might be easier to build on it if you know about astrology now. Has been violated. Therefore, therefore, the Torah says, "Can't sieve in the next pasuk, but he Isha, is that he really had been with Bilhah. After that, Yaakov said, I will not be with Leah's concubine, not with Leah either, not with Bilhah, because she has been violated. And so he has 12 sons and no more. That's it to those psukim. Ibn Ezra's legacy, as we heard earlier, includes how some have tried to, if you will, adopt Ibn Ezra, the great 7th century rationalist, claim that the Torah was not of divine origin, and claim that Ibn Ezra said as much.
Good. Did you do it for money? Did you make it come out right?
And so he says, Chalila, to say that Ibn Ezra support the likes of Heredel or Spinoza. That's a very important bit that way. Shadal would make it clear that
Tonight,
Ibn Ezra's
tonight, I know.
faithful to
It's gonna be a holiday tonight. A holiday tonight, I know. What I know. Some people like to say outrage about that long. They wants to go home now. There's too much going on. This night is gone forever. Let's all come along.
We've been studying the Haggadah of Ibn Ezra.
But no, somebody, oh, the sun comes up. The radio is gonna play that song.
Etc.
Be a holiday tonight. Holiday tonight. I know. Holiday tonight. The moon is shining bright. So turn off the light and we'll get it right. Somebody's gonna hurt someone. Somebody for nothing we can do.
Latin term gersonic, or son of, as we've seen with my mind, is not really in many ways encapsulates
Nothing we can do.
Jewish
What is
and
it?
scholarly non-Jewish work in his century, the High Middle Ages. Kind of research that he produced, both in the secular realm and in the Jewish realm, are really amazing when you understand 12th and 13th century France in particular. So my goals for tonight are to give you just a sense of the backdrop. We're going to concentrate on the ecclesiastical history and on the economic Jews at that time, just to give you a sense of the kind of
Of the candle, and she showed me the way.
Jewish research was
There were voices down in the corridor. California,
started straight away then.
such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely place. Relationship in a twist. She got the Mercedes Benz.
Navigate that there are a lot of tensions involved in that between church and state, and the Jews each very difficult to quite often in a 13th century. So, so first of all, here is just quick go legislation, paper legislation that was adhered to through much notorious of his innovation was a series of codes. Dress is this conical patch. It's kind of like a silly sort of hat that was designed to make the Jews look ridiculous and also to stand out from others. The Innocent III was very conservative.
Now
Christians that Judas received round top tablets, the briefs of the Ten Commandments are sometimes used.
You can, oh yeah, birthday, you can, you're free will. You had to do, obey. I'm gonna shower you with love and affection. Today,
ongoing attack
I'm
on the Talmud
gonna
in the 13th
say,
century, which was really quite
I'm
nasty.
gonna
We
give
haven't explored it so much in this
Mary's mom, American man, I have no name
So this are
to be alone now. No one to see me to be around. Here, Papa, and I'll be here. Why? Because she knows good music.
and Muslims too, incidentally, read that as a prohibition of interest between co-religionists.
When I did, instead of bitterness, I had heartache instead. Into your arms, I belong so far away. Belong, and in pain, there. Who will go to war? Who will believe the heart?
Right, so Christians, and as you move further to the east, you have
Love and push into your heart. And you want love.
and income, you put all of that into the ground during the season, and then you wait for it to be harvested. And the harvest is a crop or something in the middle, you don't have any income coming in, you got to borrow some money.
Set me free, I don't today. I don't want today. They said, no, they love me. I don't really know me.
Alacrity. Let's recall, by the way, there seems to be a widespread belief that Jews were money lenders.
I need love to ease my mind. I need to find time, someone to call. The mama said you love, no, you just have to wait. She says love don't come easy. It's a game of give and take. It can't hurry love. No, you just have to wait. You gotta trust time, no matter how long it takes. But how many heartaches must I stand before I find a love to let me live again? Right now, the only thing that keeps me hanging on when I feel my strength. Yeah, it's almost gone. I remember Mama say, oh, you just have to wait. She said, love don't come easy. It's a game of give and take. I must I wait. How much more can I wait? Whatever your name. Look how's my heart, how to break and wait there. Live my life alone. I grow impatient for a love to call my own. But when I die, I can't go on.
An interesting kind of take on it, but some of the medieval artwork, you can also see the distorted physiognomy of the Jews here. The pronounced nose actually dates back easily.
You've given me a true love,
here they are counting coins.
and every day I thank you, love, for giving back so new. So in David, whenever you're near, I hear a symphony, a tune. Well, when we close the arms, then suddenly, oh, it's touching my.
The Jew has recognized what this is here. An abacus. When I teach, no idea what that was, right?
All day long I hear my cell phone ring. Friends calling, giving their advice. From a boy I don't know, I could wait away. The heartache will be one day.
generosity because our money, nobody
In
likes to
the
pay money.
name of
Nobody
love.
likes to pay for them. People in power borrow money from the Jews, which happens frequently. Even kings and nobility would enter into these economic relationships.
Baby, baby, I know where you go. Each time you leave the door, I'm watching you walking down the street.
Then, of course, you realize, wait a second, now we have no credit whatsoever in our society because we're all progressive. We better invite the Jews back. And as you can see, just from this list, and this is France alone, I haven't bothered with the other countries.
You got control of me, have to work out a fall for me. I'm so confused with you told me you'll be there to yell me. Honey, baby, honey, baby, yeah, baby, family to love. Yeah, if you free me, don't worry, Mary, love you for me,
As you can see, they're happening all over the place. Smaller regional expulsions, temporary expulsions. This map also does not indicate the number of states that impose restrictions, which is to stay in place, but they simply could not engage in money lending for 10, 20 years, and then they would say, okay, money lending is good, let's do it again. That ratio would go high. It's a very tenuous and difficult time to view. And this is the period in which we have Gersonides active. The Ralbag is an acronym for his name, Rabbi Levi ben Ger. He's also known by the title Magister Leo de Bagnol or Leo Hebreus. Bagnol is a place, I'm not exactly sure where it is. Anyone know Bagnol is in Spain, maybe, but Italy, maybe Provence. That sounds reasonable. And Hebreos means the Jew, obviously. Leo the Jew. It indicates a level of learning that is recognized by other masters. This is still a period when university studies as a whole were really quite primitive, and we're just beginning to emerge from the ecclesiastical circles to become secular institutions. He was recognized as a genius by his in secular realms of study. In math, he wrote a very important work called Maseh Choshev, also known as Sefer HaMispar, the book of the number, which was translated into Latin, and that's the way that we have it today. We apparently do not have the Hebrew original, but the Latin translation, the Numericus Harmonicus, on the harmony of numbers. Very poetic kind of approach to mathematics. He's also known as a very important conduit of philosophy, and this is a role that many Jews played in the Middle Ages of their linguistic affinity for the Semitic languages. Aristotle was perhaps one of the most significant philosophers studied in the Middle Ages.
Like
the Rabbis,
no
of course, relied on
one
very heavily, referred to him as philosophe.
me crazy to help myself.
Ruach HaKodesh, divine inspiration, but not
No self-promotion.
was often a closed book to Christian readers until he has this in particular who brings them out. But many aspects of his work were not really widely studied at all, even in church circles. And Gersonides was an individual who borrowed them heavily and translated them to languages that people could read. Versions of Aristotle that come from even Rushd, as Averroes, who's a very important Islamic philosopher that translated to Arabic that Gersonides could then access. And discuss in Latin and other European languages. He was also extremely well known as an astronomer. Here he gets this great Jacob staff thing. He invented this instrument works, but it's a way, it's got this kind of this crossbar here with measurements on this rod, and by eyeballing a fixed point on the ground and a fixed solar object lining up this crossbar, make sure that you can see both of them at the same time with no gaps in the line of sight, you can then make calculations as to how far apart these things are. And if you are in a moving ship across the ocean or something like that, you can use it to determine, check this out here, these are drawings. The resolution isn't that great on this projector, but you can see here's someone who is actually figuring out with the Jacob staff the distance between the moon and a star. Things really interesting applications of this very about it. But he was also a huge part. And again, this is a period of time where the division bankers was not altogether fixed. I mean, a person who was really smart, and so on. And so he was an incredible time, viewed with incredible controversy in many circles. His most famous Hashem title that's used by many authors, The Wars of God, and it deals with a whole range of questions in Jewish history, borrowing heavily from Aristotle and Averroes in particular. Okay, Rabbi Trump, you ready? Okay, so thank you very much for your attention. Let's turn it over to
everybody wants to
Okay, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the second half of Let Us Fly Free. And we're going to try to get to
make it come
just the engagement just a month ago. Beautiful to be able to celebrate the Simcha for people who do so much. We wish you and Queen Mazel and customers your children. I'll leave the comments towards the end. Let's start at the beginning over here. So what you would like, as Dr. Abramson has said, is the most
love will give us complete
what I like to do is explore these thoughts. The Bible provides a very important anchor for our side of Judaism. This is very important as many individuals over time. And I found that a lot of people are very, so some Jews are big pragmatists, some Jews are big Calvinists, some Jews are rationalists.
I was standing all alone in the world outside, searching for a place to hide. Stand lonely, now you've given me the revive. When we're hungry, love will keep us alive. Don't you worry, something's got to give me alive. We're changing, Right now,
This
lonely
particular
life.
spectre was an individual who went out
Now
there
I
and
found
charged
you.
pictures against the
There's
latest
no more
crazy
happiness
the symbols were
inside.
images that were later that if you want to
When
play,
we're
so
hungry,
you want to play particular effect the Jews
love
of Black
will
Death
keep
because
us
the Jews weren't as
alive.
heavily affected for whatever reason. Be it Tilas Yadayim, that we washed our hands, whatever it was in history, the Jews were blamed for Black Death among everything else. And Kenneth was in fact one of the ardent defenders. Before that defense, he had a close with the Rabbbi, whose brother was actually his physician, which is also a very fascinating historical wrinkle. As Dr. Emerson said, he's been his gravitas in society. Let's start at the very beginning. There's so many different works that are like works. And as we saw the works of Satyagor, intricacy of emotion, spiritual doing it the last week was focusing on all the structures of
I turn the thing.
It's for edits. It's for edits which are an outcome of positive lesson that we can learn from sections of our English. Now, when we go through the actual section, he's very didactically analyzing words, context, and meaning. But he says that everyone in the section so far
Victim of this, victim of that. Your mama's. So you haven't been the same since you've been with the couch. You're no better than you're coming with a couch. Living with a boom, and baby, don't really change.
ויגדלו כל ינו, what they want, humility, כי הוא זה, נזכר בו סלבובוס, מה שלא יהיה. It says, when you stick out your hand, as painful as it is, as vulnerable as you make yourself, the greatest key in to, that's how we learn this directly from the interaction of Yaakov. Yaakov has now had 22 years of gifts. He opens himself up in what we can learn from this. How many times in relationships do we have a relationship where the response is to harden? Because that's perhaps the only way we can dig in our defenses. And what ultimately we're in a relationship that ultimately does not resolve. Grandiose in his pessimistic level. He just says,
but on this Bible, who is anointed? Oh, how can people be so blind? Oh, in fear and sorrow, there's a hole in the world tonight. Don't let there be a hole in the world tomorrow. Oh, tell me there's a place so beyond there. Water running through the ground until we learn to love one another. We will not the promised land.
And the battle that he has is the cerebral battleground. When he goes on to say, he says, after all, if he didn't have a real battle with him, with his angel, what's going on here? How did he develop questions? He talks about, that when people are that their muscles tense up because they are in that REM cycle, as because it is actually has physical symptoms to the psychological experience that they're going through. He talks about other aspects of relationships of men and wife where psychology can affect physics, which is fascinating because what he's saying is over here is that Yaakov woke up with psychosomatic
what up?
injury from
How you living, pimp? What's good, son? Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Damn, bitch.
Yes, yes, yes.
See?
No,
Why not? The clips are enough?
yeah.
Okay, did you? And I hope you have a wonderful day. Where are your friends? You're welcome.
I don't know.
Well, it's wrestling from the Torah where we know it, from Yaakov. But according to the Rabbbi, the picture of Yaakov was just sleeping in his bed like any other night, probably on the ground and a sleeping bag at this point in time. He was on a journey, but it's not as we imagined it. The Rabbbi being a particular situation. I was getting hold for a second to hang on to the ground. Supernatural beings. What about supernatural events? So when you say, so how do you view the having written books on trigonometry, on algebra,
You're welcome.
Alberts? Here's a man of the cold and hard. Here's a man who understands logic, who deals with the here and now, what you can measure, what you can and what you can and what can be calibrated. So how do you understand the world of miracles? He has a very unique approach, which often serves as the foil to most of the later Mepharshim. Rav Leibush, to the Barbanel. Many people use the Ralbag as their foil, and he says that he has a very interesting approach. Here is an example we're going to take. This is his writing in Sefer Yehoshua, in the book of Joshua. Why would you expect it to find in the book of Joshua? What miracle of note occurs? Okay, so there's a few things we can note. There's a few miracles. One of the first major miracle that occurs is that the Jordan River dries up. There's an occurrence the Jordan River dries up and stands as a pillar, and the whole of Israel crosses the Jordan River. And this is where the Rabbbi jumps in, and by the way, he jumps in by Exodus as well, because it's the parallel thing. And he says a very fascinating and salient point. He says, the Shekfire, Hishrishu is on the top line. Our sages, there's no new...
How's your day going?
Equation which God sort of pulls out of the bag
Can I ask you something?
a rabbit.
Yeah, sure. Ask me anything you want, big dog.
Why did you sleep in like a 24 hours?
For world peace.
I'm really wondering.
For world peace.
For peace, right?
100%.
I am Bulgarian, by the way. I don't know.
I am Jewish. Shout out to Bulgaria.
Yeah, Bulgaria.
Yeah,
In Sofia.
Sofia. Yeah, exactly. That's the capital.
Yeah.
How's your day going?
I'm wondering what Putin politician.
Yeah, I don't get political. Not my place.
Okay.
What's on your agenda for today?
Oh, my gender is male.
No. 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 What are you doing today? What?
Just chilling.
Just chilling. Okay, very cool. Did you watch the UFC?
No, I don't interest.
Why don't you like the UFC?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's okay.
I don't interest.
No interest at all in the UFC?
No.
All right, that's cool. Very well. Well, we're just.
I can see that. You are very interested.
I'm a what?
You are very interested.
So, he's like, he was like heavyweight champion for. Arguably should have been undefeated. He's like 36-1. He used an illegal move, which is arguable that it's legal. He won on a and just a big dude. He stays out of trouble. He's always just had getting into trouble, but he has the legacy there of all time, pound for pound, just the best. I like what is this guy's name? Some Lucas. I like Morano. I don't even know who that is, but I like Khabib. I think he's from Dagestan, something like that. He might not. I have no idea where he's from, actually. I think he could be from anywhere. Anyway, who else do I like? Conor McGregor, I like his cockiness, but he gets his shit tossed, which I think is hilarious. And who else do I like? Uh, um, there's DDP. He got his shit last night. There's a guy who won last night, Rabbbi or something. I can't even remember. He did really well. He's the champion now. 25 minutes that they fought, he controlled the other guy 21 minutes, which is just like a lot of just, yeah. But yeah, it's cool. Do you like soccer?
Soccer, yes.
Very well. What others do you like?
Basketball sometimes, but mostly soccer.
Okay.
Not American soccer. Yeah.
Okay. What position do you play?
Like, I don't play neither.
Don't play. You just like to watch.
Premier League or La Liga.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you play basketball?
No.
Okay. Do you play any?
Watch
Do you play any sports?
any sports. No. I'm just a viewer.
You're just a viewer. You
Childhood.
okay? Well, what? Okay. Well, in what position did you play in soccer?
Goalkeeper, actually.
Oh, that's a tough one. Good for you. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're a goalkeeper. And then
I never did play basketball.
okay,
Just a second.
just soccer. Okay, very well. What are your interests? What are your hobbies? What do you like to do?
My favorite stuff.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Okay, what video games do you like?
Like,
Sure. What video games do you like?
Red Dead Redemption.
Red Dead Redemption 2?
Yeah.
And there was just a lot. There was San Andreas, San Fierro, and Los Ven. I really liked that game where you control gang members. That was tight. And I thought it was really cool. Like, they made it big, and there was so much to do. There were 3 different cities. There was like country area. There was a big mountain. Just a lot of really interesting stuff. Are you excited for Grand Theft Auto 6?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm waiting for a moment.
Same here, man. It's like 250 days away.
Yeah, yes.
You know, it launches May 26th, 2026. Yeah, that's when it launches. So that'll be tight. Do you think that, oh, an island map or peninsula map? Get to the edge of the map.
I don't think about that though. But
Yeah.
I don't know. So that's why they make them on islands, because land, but they're going to do something, at least Grand Theft Auto, because in Grand Theft Auto, you have planes. And so the planes would go over mountains. I'll play for the story.
Yeah, same here. In the open world view option of it. So, all right. So from what I know, and I don't know this exactly, but I'm Grand Theft Auto 6 subreddit, so I don't know if all of this is true. It's going to be Miami, or maybe more than that. They're going to have a bunch of little towns. They're going to have like Tampa Bay, and then they're going to have a lot of islands that are going to kind of all have their own, like, fly a lot of drug smuggling. So you're going to be like a drug smuggling pilot, which could be cool. And like they don't, you know, they don't leak. Um, Lucia, I think, something like that.
Yeah, Luciano.
And I don't
And
know.
I don't know male guys.
Yeah, I don't either. I forget
I
it's
don't know either.
gonna put it on an island. I personally think it'll probably a peninsula shaped island that you could go all around it, but I don't. And there's gonna be a lot of like natural areas with with alligators and crocodiles and the Everglades, which is like a national park. And I'll be interested. I think there's going to be a lot of flying planes. So I think that's the main things that you do is like a drug runner. So you'll be flying to like a South America like place. I think they might have
something like a Cuba, but maybe not like the whole thing, but like a Havana, which could be interesting. And not a lot of mountains, so they're not going to have mountains. It's the flattest state, and that kind of will be different than than San Andreas. So that's what I know. There are going to be a lot of bridges and speedboat, like cigar boats, and what else are they going to do? Helicopters will be big. They're going to have like gated communities that are going to be big, and gated communities and golf courses. There's always been a rumor that they would have kids, but I don't think so. But I think they will have dogs and animals, and I'm almost certain of that. And a lot more guns and a really cool soundtrack. So like, did you ever play Grand Theft Auto Vice City?
Yeah, I played.
Excellent. So that one took place in the 80s. This one is going to be Vice City, but it's going to be modern time.
Yes,
So that'll be cool.
100%.
Yeah, so I'm excited for all that. And I'm going to be interested to know who's going to be like the radio stations and the music. What you're going to be able to play. I do know this will be interested in that. So that's cool. There's not a lot about the game that has leaked out yet, though. So with you, I played it, and I know I beat it, but it definitely was Vice City is my favorite game maybe ever. And it was just a lot of fun. I really like Vice City. I didn't really like Liberty City. Did you ever play Grand Theft Auto 3?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I played. I played them though.
yeah. So that one was a game changer. That was like revolutionary. And while it at the time was um so then they had Grand Theft Auto Vice City, which was supposed to just be like an add-on, but they made it their own game and they made it in 8 months, so they made it really quickly. But that was revolutionary,
Yes.
especially with like the music aspect of it, and even though it wasn't that big of a map, it was supposed to be bigger, and they were supposed to do a lot more with. Was just an incredible game, I feel. Uh, okay, and they did a lot to make the map because they like closed down the bridges. When the bridges are closed down, you like it makes it a lot more difficult. And then we had Grand Theft Auto, uh, Liberties, no, San Andreas, I think.
San Andreas maybe?
Yeah, and then that one was the first one where you could swim, I think, and because before, when you'd have a car go in the water, you just your foot touched the water, you would drown. Basically, like you couldn't swim at all. But that changed things, and then you could like dive in the water, and then also that one was the first one I think with helicopters. Is that true? There might that was that, that was like a big change, yeah. And then that one was interesting because you had to live your life of the guy like a lot more. Like, um, if I recall, like he had to eat and he had to work out and he had to like work how he could drive a car and fly a plane and ride a bicycle stuff in that game, which is really cool. And I really liked that about it. And I loved the fact that you could run your own game. That to me was the coolest part. Exactly. You could have guys come with you and like you had teammates basically, but they were computer guys. That was cool. And then the soundtrack to that one was amazing. Had Grand Theft Auto Liberty City, which memorable. I know I beat it. It was just not that great of a game. Um, then we had Grand Theft Auto 5, which was like 10 years ago, more than that. And that was a revolutionary game. It had a really big map, people, and it had Abba Nagila. Hey, Rabbi, you want to burst with some more Grand Theft Auto talk?
Also, ein Krokodils תחת השמש. It is that
Boy.
that God created open Korach falls down as a spiritual, and then goes to another example. In the midst of his examples of the thing, we'll talk in just a second outside arguments. Never create a self-contradicting idea or concept in this way. So we've got Hakato Shobe Latano, or so he says, for instance, God set certain rules in motion, and although he created it, then he said that also you're saying stays on here, stays on here. He says, oh, let's say you're trying to making cold fire. You said there's certain rules that God will change those things. And therefore, our perspective on miracles is you have to re-understand miracles happening. So for instance, he says, no doubt class. So it sounds like there's a clash to set the job and closes over again. So it says, well, we know and such we've seen a certain point where there's the instability. We see that very area of the horizon, which is an indication that we're on the Rift Valley. And lo and behold, the Sinai Peninsula is on the Jordan Rift Valley, which goes all the way down the right side of Africa, down to where in South Africa we actually see the end of the Rift Valley. Victoria, which goes all the way up the side of Africa, it's one of the tectonic plate shifts, which goes to all the way up through Israel. That is area. What was the miracle? That they made something supernatural occur. It was that God allowed the natural to occur at the right time.
American Nazis.
So he's always pulling anything out of that. Mishael and Azariah were these three individuals who were given the option of submission to the Babylonian overlord, or to jump into the fire. So took himself. All they know that. The 5-part one that wasn't dangerous anymore. Maybe they anointed themselves with some sort of oil which prevented them being. שאין הנפש המים יוצאים לדברים דבר חדש. Water not flowing is something new to us. He says, anything, water is not flowing down, and that's there's something pushing it. But so for instance, he doesn't use it because they're there, and then for the winds, he's pushing them up the windshield, even though they're not flowing down. So there must be something else there. באוויר הסמוך למים גשם ספירי מונע המים מהירידה. Pressure rise, pushing the water upwards at the right time. Or is it over Shechadash Ruach Chazak Shabbat Yiprias Yamsuf, or by the Jordan River later on? Or Jordan River is easier. Jordan River is easier to understand because you have to have one side taking care of it. When you stop the river, the other side disappears. So Jordan River makes that interesting enough. And I documented the times when the Jordan River has stopped running. And it's whether the trees falling down or wind in such a way that the Jordan River dried up. It was just so like how can you even think about that? That's just such a that is the way Hashem tracks the world. What was a miracle? What was a miracle? It wasn't Hashem breaking reality. It was that he was using reality at the right time. Pressure and wind. There was water pressure and air. But the beauty of it was that facilitated all that. That's a great deal. Spectrum. And some people listen to me and understand and see what you're saying. And this is very important to Jackson. Ancient Jewish thoughts of it. This is an example of again suggesting that supernatural miracles. Another example that somebody mentioned before. The sun standing still. The sun's now as far as you go and as academic as you want to be. There ain't no way the sun is still, right? Everything is moving. Everything's moving around everything. Just stop. You know how fast the earth is moving? Something like you said, it doesn't just stop. So there are bugs there. He says if it stopped, it would mean that Joshua was in fact a greater miracle bringer than anything before. Explicitly in all of the Bible. So what happens? So there are bugs. Says no. What it's to say is again, it's about perspective. What Hashem allowed them to do was Hashem allowed them to chase with such speech, with such alacrity, and almost like those moments in life where the fact that as they was no longer I mentioned just beforehand, where it's meant to enter this world by this book. Essentially, it's about his philosophy system and his system of God's providence and how she interacts with this world. Talks about the high of life. Interesting point of view in regard. Rabbis, or sometimes you may call them a very normal parasha. Very normal, very chilled out. That's what they meant. Child sex trafficking. I don't know what it came from the word child. And then there were certain things when you just on this other stuff. As an example, he as a postman to Ezra would be somebody who would be willing to make some of the two very fascinating points over here. As we get towards the end of this. And that is ethics and law. In Perek, which the Torah will just decimate another nation. No nation ever was destroyed without the offer of peace and subjugation before it. Slaves perspective of war, and you can imagine I said, he's not living in a very harmonious Europe. At the same time, he's very a forward thinker. That's and I found that there's many, and what he suggests over here is something which helps some people ban the chapel because people bring them upon themselves. We say, and it will eat lots of sugar, they consume a lot of sugar, don't do a lot of exercise, have a fatty food. And there's going to be some of consequences for that type of lifestyle. So the person can say, God, why am I suffering? Yes, well, because we're not. And he says, spiritually as well, there's types of lifestyles which work like that. He says, there's things which happen which are beyond. We cannot bring it. It's the most fascinating. That's the way he says that. Which means to say there's a soul, and that system, in fact, operates without specific relationship to individuals. You say there's a cause and effect. The nature which God puts in place, we need a cause and effect nature. We look at cause and effect nature. And sometimes we, as the populace, may be governed as a nation by Hashem's providence. But as individuals, we don't have that providence necessarily all the time ourselves. Now it goes into how a person can get themselves into it. But on the deep level, a person doesn't necessarily have individual hashgacha. People is something which is worse, in a certain sense, liberating. It means to say that sometimes as things happen, it wasn't because I was there. I was targeted and discomforted. It wasn't because that somehow. It's the way it was. For some people, that's devastating. Even forms of existence is surrounded by the substances that compose them. The cause of lunar nature is the impact upon the substance of the system in motion over here. From this standpoint, they would reduce that such chance. That's a very, very powerful idea. Meaning, this is to me the fascinating point in this that this is the convergence of both philosophy, mathematics, and psychology, or at least. There is perspective on the human nature of suffering, at the same time as the academic, we will call the scientific side of how the world operates, and as we will at the same time the philosophy of the rationalistic right by converging into one point over here when he performs this. I think this is most fascinating for the following reasons. If we think about this, when we've covered up one point, we talked about the psychology of the Rabbbi. There's insight into making a mental, as an example. We talked about interacting with some supernatural events, angels, miracles, and how he sometimes orders down those events from it being in the same great years as we may have naturally read it. We talked a little bit about war and ethics and diktuk. The Rabbi's willingness to be able to also read the Tanakh more as they play. At the same time, there's also his perspective and his forward thinking in terms of ethics and concluding with a very much more heavier note, which is the notion of there being a system of Hashem's interaction as well. Which is the flip side of it, which is that there is a system which is always moving. And sometimes that system does we notice the individuals. Once again, very second series I showed to when I say this to start the end, this is a very big thank you. Thank you so much to our very own, the one and only, Taylor Eggleston. We put together one that's really a remarkable series. I personally am going tremendously just from the experience having worked and prepared for this, and I hope that you, everybody in this room, and everybody in the global classroom that are watching and continue to watch this astounding series of 6 have learned from this and will continue to gain. We thank Lana for the incredible investment in this community. I want to also thank our film crew on Star as well. He doesn't just do filming, but there's questioning as well, which we'll get to just a moment. And this is really been a very exciting moment. Anybody else? Wishes are furthering this opportunity, please speak to us afterwards. Absolutely, that is a natural. Shout out to International Women's Day. Right, I don't. Right, I know that he did. I know that he did actually get a lot of patronage for his inventions and his writings because he was so well sought after. I think one of the kings commissioned him to write. I don't know which book it was, but I don't. More than that, I don't know fully. But I also can
about what you did as a child. Oh yeah, gasoline, chips everywhere. We got poison in the brain for sure.
Yes.
Drops your IQ a little bit. Miserable. We talked about that the other day. This kind of poison.
He wasn't in the lucid state. As agents, he actually glides over that point from
sending it back to them. What is my way of doing? What is happening to you? This shit is just real.
It could be to tell us every state is going to their schedule, so it could be that it took it for granted that we knew that this was not going to see these days. Could also be, another possibility is addressing the point more for what is a lot of times when God interacts human beings, the way the Rambam described it, when we very much Rambam Hebel here, experience is almost like an epileptic fit where the senses are almost destroyed from the experience of the magnitude of the divine. So it could be that you don't fall asleep, but that as the way he described this prophecy is set on, and when it's set on, you collapse. So that's why we don't really describe the sci-fi style technology somehow. We're looking at acronistically. All we have today is epilepsy. When it happens in those days, we're talking about a description of a human being, or I'm just saying there are different times to say that the experience in those days was a bigger subset of epilepsy today. Epilepsy today maybe our own perspective into what it means to be for human beings to be in such a state. Rambam describes it as being the nature of experience of the divine, simply because it's like in a car, when you're going too fast in a car, the car starts shuddering. The car can't take the motion that it's in. It's too much. The body can't take. That's what's going on in there.
If there really is a real phenomenon, this isn't just total gaslighting and propaganda and bullshit to get you to believe that aliens are because they've got like crazy
and
60-70 years past.
The truth could be the whole lot as well. Could be the facts, but one thing which is interesting is coming back to your point. idea. It's not just a bad dream. It means to say that in his dream, he is struggling against something. That struggle is so hard, it took him until the morning. That's how strong this experience was. Right, so that goes to his psychosomatic traits that he describes in the Torah to this section. Exactly like you said, where he says how these physical symptoms of the psychological experience. Maybe one more thing is because of thank you, everyone. Keep it rolling. Thank you so much for coming. Looking forward to seeing us for the next opportunity.
Oh yeah, people keep their mouth shut. And they also know, if you have top secret clearance and you go blabbing, they're listening to everything you say. They're checking your emails. They know. 100%. 100%. I think people can see it.
Welcome to another series of Letters Flying Free. This is a very exciting series that we came up with last.
And then it's really the mountain that's like 10 miles away that they've hollowed out.
Here, and it's based on a Talmudic passage in which Rabbi Hanani ben Tarajon is martyred at the hands of the Romans in the Hadrianic persecution. They wrap him up in a sacred Torah. You're all familiar with this, but for these sacred they set him on fire. The letters are flying free. Very poetic statement in the beautiful stained glass window. Helped design outside. That's really the idea of the series, is that we have a team teaching approach where I give a little bit of historical data. This particular individual shaped the Jewish tradition in literary form. That's the plan for the evening, so I'll have more or less the first 25 minutes or so with a personal challenge. When I used to give lectures publicly in Florida, put them on the internet, I used to always begin with a joke. And I tremendously, but then I slowly got a whole bunch of comments on the internet, stop with the jokes, go straight to the material, and I don't really understand New York, so when I came to New York, I said, that's it, no more opening jokes. And so for the past 2 years, I have not told any opening jokes. Now, maybe it's because New York is warming up to my style a little bit. I'm getting more and more people. Why don't you start with a joke? You heard your lectures in Florida. What's going on? So I will start with a joke tonight. Please laugh. It will. Thank you. That will make me feel much better. But the idea is that a joke is a thing. In fact, there is Rabbis began the sheer joke because it sort of opens up the mind, kind of like chlorine. So wake up, to get ready for lunch. So the joke has nothing to do with the subject. A man's been seeing a psychiatrist for many years. Therapy. So the psychiatrist says, Milton, you've been with me for a long time. I think we should cut back the number of visits per week. I think that really you're ready to break that on your own. I said, but doctor, it's been so many years and I'm so attached to you. What will I do? This is part of my week. I don't know what to do like this. Let's not meet next week. And if you have any moment, at any time, day or night, that you need to reach my phone number, I'll leave it on 24/6. Just give me a call and I'll pick up right away. Doesn't matter what time or night. And so he feels relieved with that, and in fact, that's what he does. The next morning, he wakes up in a panic. Milton wakes up in a panic, and he calls his doctor at 6:30 a.m. He says, doctor, I hope I'm not disturbing you. He says, no problem, Milton, what's the problem? I had this terrifying dream. I had this horrible dream. He says, what was the dream? He says, I had this horrible dream that you were my mother, and that you were so overbearing to make all these decisions and not letting me have independence.
I know it's the opposite of everything you said, but doctor, I felt so terrible. No, that's awful. What's next? Well, then I went into the kitchen, I turned on all the lights, well, like, I ate a toast and some Felix trying to set up my nerves. And he said, what do you do that? He said, toast and wheat tea, that's what called breakfast. All right, I don't know, maybe you're better off with okay. Tonight we're going to talk about the RIF. The RIF is one of the several acronyms that are used to describe Rabbi Yitzchak his years are 10 creative thinkers in the halakhic tradition. I won't spend too much time speaking about the content of his thought because that's going to be handed over to Rabbi Teitelbaum. But my goal for the next few minutes is to give you a sense of where he comes from historically, place him within the broader contours of the world as the RIF knew it, and then we'll get, I think, more of a sense of what his unique contribution truly was. He's also known as Al-Fasi from the city of Fez in North Africa because he spent most of his career there. He was not actually born there, but he spent about 35, 40 years studying in Fez. And as at that time, in the glory days today, without insulting the RIF. One of the most important when I went to buy one, you know, on the cover, you know, Talmud Bavli in HaRif, with the RIF, as if to say that everything else is a cheap imitation. That gives you a sense of how important the RIF is. So let's put dispersion of Jews after the Spanish expulsion of 1492 and the Portuguese incident of 1497. The arrows are going the wrong way if you look at the 8th century. Basically, the Iberian Peninsula is controlled up until the 8th century by a extremely vicious Christian called the Visigoths that practice brutal forced conversion and an absurd degree of persecution for backsliding new converts to Christianity, including a strange punishment called Del Calvario, which may be shaving one's head or possibly scalping one, horrible persecution at the time. And in the case of mixed marriages, the Visigoths prescribed amputation for who married the Jews, Christian women who converted the Jews and married Jews. They had their nose amputated. Men Jewish men who married Christian women or who had converted had another essential organ amputated. So it's a really horrible time, and the Jews were treating it. It was actually off the many fled to Navarro, to the journeys to France, elsewhere in North Africa, but they were just waiting for the Muslims to come along and take over the peninsula, which they did in the year 711. A very memorable date. Here in America, of course, commemorated with a chain of corner stores so that we can remember the great Muslim conquest of the year. Okay, okay. 7-Eleven, right? The stores, right? Slurpees. Okay, thank you. So it was widely believed in Christianity of much of the Middle Ages that the Jews had invited the Muslims. That is most likely not true. When the Muslims came in, the Jews apparently aided them, primarily in the form of holding on to the cities that the Muslims conquered, manning the garrisons and managing municipal government so that the Muslim armies could go on and conquer other areas and force the Visigoths out. Shortly after, you have the onset in Spain actually demonstrate a unique level of tolerance to the Jews that was, incomparable in the rest of the night. So the Rif himself comes from North Africa. He lived at Cairon, which is over here, not to be confused with Cairo, Cairon, and over here in the city of southern Spain. So those are the trajectory of his career. The reason why the Spain got such a huge takeoff in terms of its scholarship, everyone recognized this famous photograph here, of course, of most of them. Just joking. That's actually the skipper who, went out on a 3-hour cruise. And the real question I have is why did Ginger have so many outfits for a 3-hour cruise? Now, what kind of professor is it who can't figure out the basics of getting these work? It's the confluence of the greatest rivers down here in what would be southern Iraq or Kuwait. You have the great Talmudic centers of Surah, Hardar, they're all mentioned in the Talmud, and everyone living out in orbit. They would have to write a question that would be delivered by hand, essentially, across the Mediterranean basin, all the way out. It would take months. And then they would send money with it to those economical. Suram Competition would send back a letter that would again take some. We have descriptions of the ceremonies that were held in these Spanish communities when a letter came back from Suram Competition. They would gather all of the townsfolk in the synagogue. They would sit in special cushions and they would bring it out in a special box that was specially made for delivery of the letter. They would receive it. They had a special knife that was used to open up the seal, and they would read it really fast to get to the bottom. And they would spend months afterwards, deciphering the deeper meaning of the letter. So Spain was way out here in the orbit. But there's a circumstance when a Talmudic scholar named Mordecai was shipwrecked and captured by pirates for ransom. This is actually a fairly common occurrence in the Middle Ages. Ransom encounters happened all the time. There are large discussions of it in the Talmud and in later books. And the great leader, Chaskai ibn Shakrut, spent a tremendous amount of money to rescue. You want to schlep all the way back to the equivalent of Brooklyn. When you can live here in Boca Raton, Spain, or Climate and so on, Moshe Ben stayed, ended up establishing a new center in Spain that ultimately, what we're going to discuss today, became the new center of gravity, eventually eclipsing Surah and Compagita for like 300 years. So it all happened because of one mitzvah of rescuing the shipwrecked individual. To give you a sense of the culture of the time, this is a period of phenomenal creativity. The Rif is writing halacha in a very, very unusual and distinctive way that would shape the intellectual traditions. But there's so many things happening in Spain and in the Spanish, attracting Jews to the Iberian Peninsula. The Rif was really caught up in a massive migration of Jews to the peninsula. This is, for example, one of the things that are happening is the rise of secular Hebrew, which is mind blowing. And some of it, I mean, I on the train, it fascinates me so much. This is a short poem. Very special things about the Sephardic genius is that unlike really any time since the biblical period, you have figures who are absolutely stellar. Their religious creativity and religious piety and the things that they consider intellectually, and at the same time, they are the masters of secular culture and affairs. Shmuel Hanagi is years. How does that happen? Certainly, nobody can point out one after another figure. The Rambam is perhaps one of the best examples in the field of medicine. He's also a very talented physician and a poet. So this is one of the secular songs, or secular poems. It's called Afra means go. And much of this poetry is love poetry. One could interpret it allegorically, and in fact, the whole state of Shmuel Hanagi said that should read his love poetry. It's all allegorical, like Shira style. And I think it's hard to do that. And just read it because it's so beautiful. Oprah does her laundry in my ears and dries it in the sunshine. It's doesn't have to take it to the cross. Wait to hang it until the weather is clear. That's a very beautiful transaction. It's so beautiful, it's so extended. It's really something exceptional. But like that, and it's a beautiful falling feeling that emulates falling in love as well. I'm losing control of the share ring, having fun with it, but we'll do it. A lot of this was created so because of Abdul al-Rahman I and his grandson, from a terrible massacre. His entire family was killed in Baghdad taking just a few of his servants all the way across North Africa. As he was traveling through, in many places, he found Jews turned to be very positive, and he held them in high regard. So when he came to Spain, although ruler in many ways and would not suffer any kind of dissension, to the wise and loyal servants, quote unquote, Jews, he would administer the affairs of state, are left and are able to accumulate tremendous power. So you have this environment. This is the Mosque of Granada, with its very distinctive architecture, with a unprecedented rights under Muslims, allowing them to be extremely creative in their religious affairs. Was during the Jewish conditions. He was in many very tail end of this period. He lived in a period when there was increasing in North Africa too. But we should recall that the period of coexistence that existed in Spain was due to a large scale of, for example, a view of the which is associated with, in a very important way with one of the important Jewish leaders, Joseph Hanagid. Okay. Who were the Berbers? So the Berbers were North African Muslims. They were not. There are many different kinds of Muslims. Islam is, of course, a religious designation. Words like Arab, Spaniard, Berber, those are ethnic designations. The Berbers were fearsome warriors. They were known for face when they went into battle. It's probably where you get the kind of Lawrence of Arabia sort of thing with the, the turban and things like this. They also painted their faces, but they were also not sophisticated thinkers when it came to Muslim theology. And whereas in actually extremely relaxed, and in many ways contrary to Muslim law, for example, Muslims regularly held symposia. Party. These to rise positions of power of Muslims is all contrary to traditional Muslim doctrine. This was happening in Spain because Abu al-Rahman III and others recognized talent and would promote it. We're not having any of this shtick, and they insisted on a interpretation of Islam, which frightened them to depart. So with the Berber invasion, that we begin to see in the 12th century in particular a change for the worse. And this is when the RIF is active. The Almohads are one of the most important of the Berber tribes of faith, and they take over the entire southern region of the Iberian Peninsula and impose this new vision in which Jews really have to maintain their place. So it might be worth meditating on what is it about the down, just to mention it, Barbara, who was a very celebrated poet in Spain, a very good living as someone who wrote Arabic, also I believe went to Europe, to Italy, and then France, and eventually to England, and wouldn't pay him a penny Arabic verse because he didn't read Arabic. So he ended up writing in Latin, and he had tremendous success. He was forced out of this opportunity. So what ends up happening, I mentioned before, the whip makes his way, and then eventually comes up to Lucerna, which is over here. Here's a picture of Cordoba region. You can sense the majesty of the architecture at the time. As a man who don't know superior student, and therefore he actually promoted the towns that he lived. In Fez, he was actually denounced to the authorities when this individual passed away and left a young son behind. The rabbinic history have looked at the life of the Ritz and have regarded him as the last of that cements the Iberian Peninsula as the new center of gravity, the new sun around your endurance. It's a tremendous boost to be here in Escahila.
And maybe too intimately with the Spanish population. Following along, we'll see how he describes with no chart, he composed